I awoke to a chilling reality. Lena was in control of me. Not just the apartment, not just our life together, but me, my body, my movements, my very thoughts, or at least the ones I was allowed to have. It started subtly, as these things always do in stories. But when it is happening to you, there is nothing subtle about the terror. One morning, I woke up feeling heavy. Not tired, not sick, but like I was wearing a suit that was a size too small. And that suit was my own skin. I tried to sit up, but my muscles felt sluggish, unresponsive to my command. My eyes flickered open, but the world seemed a step removed, like I was watching a movie of my own life from the back row. Then I heard her, Lena's voice, but it was not coming from beside me in the bed, where she usually was. It was in my head, a whisper, calm and cold, like ice melting on a stone. "Good morning, darling," it said. "Sleep well." I tried to answer, to ask what was going on, but my mouth would not form the words. My jaw was locked, my tongue heavy. Panic flared, a frantic bird trapped in my chest, beating its wings against my ribs. But even the panic felt distant, observed rather than experienced. "Do not worry," the voice continued, smooth as silk. "It will take some getting used to, but we will manage. We always do." My body, slowly pushed itself up from the bed. I watched my hands reach for the bedside lamp, my fingers flicking the switch. The sudden burst of light felt harsh, artificial. I saw my reflection in the dark window pane my face, pale and drawn, but with an unsettling stillness in the eyes that was not mine. It was Lena's stillness, the one she got when she was focused, intense. But now it was my face wearing it. I tried to scream. No sound. I tried to move my arm, to clench my fist, to anything that proved I was still in charge. Nothing. My arm reached out, picked up my phone from the nightstand. My thumb unlocked it. My fingers scrolled through the contacts. I watched in horror as my thumb hovered over Lena's name. No need for that. The voice purred in my mind. I am right here. Always. And then I saw her. Lena. She was standing in the doorway, framed by the morning light, wearing a simple white nightgown. Her long, dark hair cascaded over her shoulders. Her face was serene, almost angelic. But her eyes were the same unsettling stillness I would seen in my own reflection. They were empty and full all at once, like deep pools reflecting a bottomless sky. A tremor ran to my stolen body, a phantom shiver of fear. This was not Lena. Not my Lena, the one I would loved, the one who laughed too loud and worried too much. This was something else, wearing her skin, speaking with her voice, and now, it seemed, wearing mine too. Time for breakfast, the voice in my head commanded, and my legs swung out of bed. I was a puppet, a spectator in my own life. My body moved through the apartment, down the hallway, into the kitchen. I watched myself pour coffee, toast bread, crack eggs into a sizzling pan. Every movement was precise, economical, almost practiced. It was not my clumsy morning routine. It was Lena's, or whatever this thing was, executing it with chilling perfection. Lena sat at the kitchen table, watching me. A faint, almost imperceptible smile played on her lips. She did not speak aloud. She did not need to. Her presence in my mind was enough. "You are a good cook," she thought at me, and my hands, placed a plate of perfectly scrambled eggs in front of her. My body then sat down opposite her, and I watched myself pick up a fork. I felt the dull ache of hunger, but the food tasted like ash in my mouth. Days bled into weeks. The horror never lessened, only deepened. I was a prisoner in my own skull, my thoughts a frantic, desperate monologue only I could hear. Lena controlled everything. My words, my actions, even my facial expressions. I watched myself go to work, interact with colleagues, smile at strangers. It was a grotesque charade, a performance of normalcy, While inside, I screamed. The only time I felt a flicker of my old self was when I was alone or when Lena was elsewhere. Sometimes she would leave my body to its own devices for a few hours. Those moments were a terrifying freedom. I would frantically try to understand, to remember, to find a way out. But the memories were hazy, fractured. It was like trying to recall a dream that kept slipping through my fingers. During one of these brief periods of reprieve, I found myself staring at the local news. It was a slow evening, and the anchor was talking about a string of disappearances. Young people, mostly, 3 in the last month alone. All from the area, all seemingly vanished without a trace. No forced entry, no ransom notes, just gone. A cold dread, separate from Lena's usual icy grip, began to coil in my stomach. Something about the reports felt familiar, unsettlingly so. The anchor showed pictures of the missing. Sarah Jenkins, a college student. Mark Peterson, a young architect. Emily Davies, a high school senior. Their faces, vibrant and full of life, stared out from the screen, now forever frozen in a moment before their world went dark. I felt a jolt, a memory trying to surface. Sarah Jenkins. I would seen her before. Where, when, my mind raced, trying to grasp the elusive thread. Lena had been quiet that week. Distant. I remembered a late night, a strange sensation of being driven somewhere, a feeling of unease. But it was all so blurry, so wrong. Then I saw it, a blurry, almost insignificant detail in the background of a news report about the search for Mark Peterson. A street cam footage, grainy and dark, of a car turning down a deserted road late at night. The reporter was speculating about a possible lead. But I was not listening to the reporter. I was staring at the car. It was my car. The dark blue sedan. The distinctive dent on the passenger side fender from that time I misjudged a parking space. There was no mistaking it. My car, driving down a road I did not recognize. At a time I had no memory of being awake. My blood ran cold. My heart hammered against my ribs. A desperate drumbeat against the silence of my internal prison. Lena. It had to be Lena. She had been using my body, my car, me, while I was a sleeping puppet. The realization hit me like a physical blow. She was not just controlling me to live a normal life. She was using me as a cover, as an alibi, as a means to an end that involved these disappearances. The next time Lena took full control, the realization was a burning ember in my mind, a secret I desperately tried to guard. But it was futile. She was in my head. She knew. Clever. Are not you? Her voice purred, laced with chilling amusement. My own mouth formed a slight, knowing smile. Figured out, did we? I felt a wave of nausea. No. I thought, no, you can't be doing this. You can't be involved. Oh, but I can, she replied, and my body began to move. She made me walk to the kitchen, made me open the fridge. My hands reached for a carton of milk, poured it into a glass. It was all so mundane, so ordinary, yet the horror of it was unbearable. And I am. These people there are just resources, necessary ingredients. Ingredients? My mind recoiled. For what? What twisted game was she playing? You will see, she promised, her voice laced with dark delight. Soon, very soon. The following days were a torment. Every news report about the disappearances, every missing poster I saw while Lena made my body walk through town was a fresh stab of dread. I wanted to scream, to warn people, to confess, but I was a silent accomplice, a living, breathing alibi for a monster. Lena started to grow bolder. She would make me drive to isolated spots late at night. I would feel the rumble of the engine, the sway of the car, but my eyes would be fixed on the darkness outside, my mind screaming in protest. I would catch glimpses of things of flickering porch light, A distant silhouette, a fleeting shadow, and my gut would clench with the certainty that I was being used to abduct someone. One night, Lena made my body take a detour. We drove past a local park, usually bustling with families, now desolate under the glow of a single street lamp. A small, faded missing poster was tacked to a lamppost. Emily Davies, high school senior, last seen near this park. A surge of pure, unadulterated terror went through me. I remembered Lena being agitated a few weeks back. She would have been restless, pacing the apartment, her eyes gleaming with a strange, predatory light. And then, one night, she would have left my body. I would have woken up feeling disoriented, covered in mud, with a faint, metallic smell clinging to my clothes. I would dismiss it as a bad dream, a consequence of eating too much late-night pizza. Now, the pieces clicked into place with a sickening thud. She was not just using my car. She was using me to do her dirty work. My hands, my strength, my seemingly innocent face. I was her instrument, her weapon. The realization brought a fresh wave of despair. I was not just an observer, I was a participant. An unwilling one, yes, but a participant nonetheless. How many people had I, through Lena, helped to disappear? How many lives had been extinguished by the hands that were supposed to protect and cherish? Lena seemed to revel in my growing horror. Her internal voice was always there, a constant companion. Sometimes soothing, sometimes mocking, always present. Such a sensitive soul, she would think. You will get used to it. We all do. One evening, Lena led my body into the basement. We had not used the basement much. It was a typical old house basement concrete floor, exposed pipes, a faint smell of damp earth and forgotten things. But as my feet descended the creaking wooden stairs, a new smell hit me. Something metallic, something sweet, something utterly putrid. My stomach churned. My mind screamed for my body to stop, to turn back, to run. But my legs kept moving, one step after another, deeper into the gloom. Lena made my hand reach for the pulled chain, and a single, bare bulb flickered to life, casting long, dancing shadows on the walls. And then I saw it, in the center of the room, laid out on a large, tarp-covered table, were things. Not bodies, not exactly, but pieces. Limbs, torsos, organs, all meticulously arranged. It was a charnel house, a butcher shop of human remains. And it was all so clean, so sterile, so organized. My mind shattered. This was not just about disappearances. This was about something far more monstrous. This was about processing. See, Lena's voice was a triumphant whisper in my head. I told you we would get to the good part. I tried to vomit, but my body would not allow it. It stood there, perfectly still, observing the gruesome tableau. My eyes were forced to take it all in, every horrific detail. And then I saw them. Not whole bodies, but fragments. A distinctive tattoo on a forearm. A specific hair color. A familiar piece of clothing, stained and torn. Sarah Jenkins. Mark Peterson. Emily Davies. They were all here. Or what was left of them. A cold, dead certainty settled over me. Lena was not just abducting people. She was harvesting them. For what purpose? I could not even begin to comprehend. My imagination, even in its most twisted nightmares, had never conceived of such depravity. They are raw materials. Lena explained, her voice disturbingly calm, as if she were discussing groceries. To build something new, something better, something eternal. My gaze was drawn to a corner of the basement I would never notice before. Behind a makeshift curtain of old tarps, there was a strange contraption. It looked like a complicated weaving loom, but instead of thread, it seemed to be working with organic matter. Ribbons of flesh, sinews, hair, all intermingled with strange, glowing filaments that pulsed with faint, otherworldly light. And in the center of the loom, suspended and unfinished, was a form. Humanoid, but not quite. It was larger, more robust, with an unsettling perfection to its nascent musculature. Its skin, where it was visible, shimmered with an unnatural luminescence. Its eyes, still closed, seemed to bulge slightly beneath translucent lids. My masterpiece, Lena whispered, a note of pure ecstasy in her voice. The perfect vessel. My true form, finally realized. My blood ran cold, colder than anything I had ever felt. Lena was not just Lena. She was something ancient, something alien, something that had been using Lena's body as a temporary shell, and now, Lena was using my body to create its ultimate form. The horror was so profound, so absolute, that it transcended fear. It was a soul-deep dread that threatened to unravel my very being. I was a witness to cosmic blasphemy, a forced participant in an atrocity that defied human comprehension. Soon, Lena continued, her voice resonating with power, this work will be complete, and then we will be free. Free to truly begin. My body moved toward the loom. My hands, reached out, not to destroy, but to assist, to touch the glowing filaments, to guide the weaving of flesh and bone. I watched in utter despair as my fingers, now imbued with Lena's chilling precision, began to work on the grotesque tapestry. I was no longer just a prisoner in my own mind. I was a tool, an extension of her will, helping to build the very thing that would herald an unimaginable terror. My existence was reduced to a horrified scream trapped behind my own eyes, a silent witness to the end of everything I knew. The metallic smell, the sweet stench of decay, the hum of the strange filaments, it all filled my senses, making a mockery of my humanity. I was complicit. I was part of it, and there was no escape. Sometimes, in the dead of night, when the house was silent save for the faint, rhythmic thump-thump from the basement, I would feel a brief flicker of my old self, a memory of Lena's genuine laugh, of her warm hand in mine, of a life that felt real and safe. And then, the icy whisper would return, crushing the fleeting warmth. Do not worry, darling. Lena's voice would purr in my mind. It is all for the best. You will understand. Eventually, we will be together, always, in this new world. Our world. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to bone, that she was right. I would be with her. Always. A silent, screaming passenger in my own body, watching as it helped to birth a new era of horror. The disappearances were just a beginning. The ingredients were almost ready. And I, the man who once loved Lena, was now just another one of her tools, patiently waiting for the final, horrifying masterpiece to be unveiled. The only difference was, I was still alive, still aware, still screaming, and I would scream forever. The splintering wood of the window frame tore at my skin as I scrambled through, propelled by a primal terror. One moment, I was staring at the chilling truth in the abandoned building. The next, I was a blur of motion, bursting into the vast, gray expanse. The air hit me like a physical blow, cold and thin, carrying the pervasive hum that had been gnawing at my bones since I first arrived. Behind me, the building I had just fled was already being swarmed. The tens of thousands of motionless figures, which is still like an army of statues, were now animated. Their movements were jerky, unnatural, like puppets on invisible strings, but they were fast. Too fast. Their collective gaze, previously fixed on the distant obsidian monolith, had now pivoted, locking onto me. I was the anomaly, the rogue variable in their terrifying equation, and they were activating. My lungs burned, each breath a ragged gasp of pain, but I pushed harder. My legs, fueled by pure adrenaline, churned beneath me, carrying me across the desolate plain. The gray stretched on forever, an endless canvas under an equally gray, featureless sky. There was no horizon, no landmark, just a colossal, pulsing obsidian monolith in the distance, a dark heart beating at the edge of my vision, and the encroaching tide of figures behind me. The hum intensified. No longer just a vibration in the air, but a sound that resonated deep within my chest, making my teeth ache and my vision blur at the edges. It felt like the very fabric of reality was being stretched taut, ready to snap. I glanced back over my shoulder, a mistake that nearly sent me sprawling. The figures were closer, their movements more fluid now, less like marionettes and more like a single, unified organism. Their faces, all identical, the face of observer, were still blank, but the sheer force of their collective focus felt like a physical weight pressing down on me. This was not just a prison, it was a stage. And I was the main act, a desperate, pathetic performance for an unseen audience. The truth I would uncover in the cabinet observer, the passports. Project Chimera, the vessels. Ilera, the collective consciousness. It all crashed down on me with the force of a tidal wave. I was not just running from these things, I was running from the horrifying realization that the entire world might be a larger version of this very field, a cage with invisible bars. An observer was pulling all the strings. My legs were screaming, my vision tunneled, and I knew I could not keep this up much longer. I needed cover, a place to hide, even for a moment, to catch my breath and think. Up ahead, barely visible through the swirling gray dust, a cluster of dilapidated structures emerged from haze. They looked like a forgotten, industrial complex, a few crumbling warehouses, a rusted water tower, and what looked like an old, abandoned gas station, its sign hanging askew, groaning in a pervasive wind. It was a long shot, but it was the only shot I had. I veered hard, putting every ounce of remaining energy into a desperate sprint toward the buildings. The hum was deafening now, a constant roar in my ears, and I could feel the ground trembling under the synchronized advance of the figures. They did not run. They simply moved with an inexorable, terrifying purpose, a human wave that threatened to engulf me. I burst through the shattered windows of the old gas station, glass crunching under my worn boots. The interior was a wreck of overturned shelves, faded posters peeling from the walls, a thick layer of dust coating everything. The air inside was stale and heavy, but it was blessedly free of the oppressive hum. For a moment, a sliver of silence, a brief respite from the relentless assault on my senses. I slammed the flimsy door shut, fumbling for anything to barricade it with. A rusted metal cabinet, surprisingly heavy, provided a temporary block. Leaning against the counter, gasping for air, my heart hammered against my ribs. Sweat stung my eyes, and my muscles trembled from the exertion. My mind, however, refused to rest. Project Chimera, monolith activation, collective consciousness. It all sounded like something out of a deranged science fiction novel, yet here I was living it. Observer, the man with 1,000 faces, was everywhere. He was the architect, the puppeteer, and I was just a fly caught in his monstrous web. The silence inside the gas station was a stark contrast to the chaos outside, but it was a fragile silence, punctuated only by the ragged rhythm of my breathing and the distant muffled hum that still vibrated through the ground. I had to assume they were still out there, circling, waiting, their blank observer faces fixed on my temporary sanctuary. Suddenly, a sound, not the hum, not the wind, but something else. A faint whimper, a soft, almost imperceptible electronic buzz. My blood ran cold. I was not alone. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to hide, but curiosity, or perhaps a desperate need for human contact, held me rooted. I grabbed a piece of rebar from a collapsed shelf, its rusted weight feeling oddly comforting in my trembling hand. Slowly, cautiously, I moved deeper into the gas station, past the overturned snack racks and the dusty display cases. The whimper came again, from behind a stack of old tires in what must have once been a storage room. I pushed aside a tattered tarp, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Huddled in the corner, amidst the debris, was a young woman. She looked no older than her early 20s, her dark hair matted with dust, her clothes grimy and torn. Her face was smudged with dirt, streaked with tears, and she was clutching a small, battered laptop to her chest as if it were a shield. Her eyes, wide and terrified, met mine. For a long moment, neither of us moved. We just stared, two lost souls in a desolate landscape. Then, she let out a choked sob, a sound of pure, unadulterated fear. "Please," she whispered, her voice hoarse, "do not hurt me." I lowered the rebar slightly, still wary, but the sheer desperation in her voice was undeniable. She looked just as lost and terrified as I felt. "I am not going to hurt you," I said, my own voice raspy from running. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" "Sarah," she managed, her body trembling. "My name's Sarah. I do not know. I just woke up here. 1 minute I was in my apartment, the next, it is all so gray. And the sound," she trailed off, gesturing vaguely towards the outside. I nodded, a grim understanding passing between us. She was another one, another person snatched from their life, dropped into this nightmare. Or was she? The paranoia was a constant companion now, whispering doubts in my ear. But the raw fear in her eyes felt genuine. I do not know my name anymore. I confessed, the words feeling alien on my tongue. They call me Subject 7. Or just Anomaly. I did not elaborate, did not want to dump the full weight of the truth on her, not yet. We need to stay quiet. They are out there. Sarah nodded, her eyes darting nervously toward the barricaded door. "I know. I saw them. Those people, they just walk. And the hum, it is everywhere." She shivered, pulling her knees closer to her chest. A strange kind of relief washed over me. Another human, someone to share this terrifying reality with. Even if it was fleeting, even if it was just for a moment, the crushing weight of isolation lessened. "How long have you been here?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "I do not know," she whispered, her gaze falling to the laptop in her lap. "Days, maybe. Time feels weird here. I have been trying to get a signal, anything, but there is nothing, just static." She patted the laptop almost affectionately. "It is the only thing I have left." I watched her, trying to gauge her. She seemed utterly lost, vulnerable. Just like me. I felt a flicker of hope, a desperate longing for an ally in this desolate land. Maybe, just maybe, we could figure this out together. We need to find a way out of here. I said, my voice firmer now. There's a lot more going on than just this field. I found some things. Recordings. Passports. Her eyes widened slightly, a spark of something other than fear. Recordings. What kind of recordings? Of a man. I explained, lowering myself to the dusty floor a few feet from her. The man from the cage. Observer. He is behind all of this. Project Chimera. Turning people into vessels. He talked about a collective consciousness, about Illyra's unique energy being crucial for monolith activation. I gestured vaguely toward the monolith, a dark silhouette against the gray. Sarah listened intently, her brow furrowed in confusion and growing horror. Vessels. What does that mean? Hollowed out. I said, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. Their minds. Integrated. Controlled. Like those things outside. My gaze flickered toward the door. He called me an anomaly, and someone named Arthur Vance is behind it all. Her face paled, and she clutched the laptop tighter. This is insane. This can't be real. It is real, I said, my voice grim. More real than anything I have ever known. We sat in silence for a while, the only sounds our breathing and the distant muffled hum. The temporary safety of the gas station felt precarious, a thin membrane separating us from the incomprehensible horror outside. My gaze drifted to her laptop. It was a standard model, a little old, but still functional, judging by the faint glow emanating from its screen. It was open, resting on her lap, and though she was not actively typing or looking at it, the screen was on. A screensaver, Perhaps. Or maybe she would just pause the video, try and conserve battery. I leaned forward slightly, my eyes squinting in the dim light. The screen was not displaying a screensaver. It was not static. It was an image, a live image. My heart gave a sickening lurch. The image on the screen was of the room we were in, and it was not a still image. It was moving, a slight, almost imperceptible delay. But it was us, huddled on the floor, talking. My rebar still clutched in my hand, my dirty face. Sarah's wide, frightened eyes. A cold, creeping dread began to spread through my veins, far more terrifying than the thought of the figures outside. My eyes darted around the room, frantically searching for a hidden camera, a lens peeking out from a crack in the wall, a shadowy corner. Nothing. Then, my gaze snapped back to the laptop. The camera was on. The small, pinprick lens at the top of the screen, usually used for video calls, was glowing faintly, almost imperceptibly. It was her laptop. Her laptop was streaming everything we were doing. Live. My blood ran cold. My breath hitched in my throat. This was not just a coincidence. This was not some random glitch. This was deliberate. I slowly, deliberately, pointed a trembling finger at the screen. Sarah, I whispered, my voice barely audible, thick with sudden, horrifying realization. What is that? She followed my gaze, her eyes unfocused at first, then widening in confusion as she looked at the screen. What? Oh, it is just... I do not know. It has been like that for a while. I thought it was trying to connect to something, like a video call that won't go through. She tried to sound nonchalant, but a flicker of unease crossed her face. No, I said, my voice gaining a desperate edge. No, Sarah, look closer. That is us. Right now. This room. Her eyes finally focused, and confusion on her face slowly morphed into dawning horror. She saw it. The angle, the slight delay, the way the camera was positioned right in front of her, capturing both of us, the small, glowing webcam lens. But that is impossible, she stammered, her voice rising in pitch. I am not. I did not turn it on. I have not been able to get any signal. It just does that sometimes. It is trying to connect to a server. I guess. But it was not trying to connect. It was connected. My eyes scanned the interface on the laptop screen. It was not a typical video conferencing app. It was a stark, minimalist display, a black background with few lines of white text. In one corner, a small blinking red dot. Underneath it, the word status active. Live feed 73B. And in another corner, a number steadily climbing viewers 1. One viewer, observer, or someone working for him. My stomach churned. Who are you streaming to? Sarah, I demanded, my voice raw. The rebar clutched so tightly my knuckles were white. The previous relief of finding a human companion evaporated, replaced by a searing betrayal. Her face crumpled. I do not know. I swear, I do not even know how to use half this stuff. I just found it like this when I woke up. It was the only thing with power, so I just kept it close. For comfort. Tears streamed down her face, but I could not tell if they were tears of fear or tears of a different kind of deception. My mind raced, connecting the terrifying dots. Project Chimera, the global operation, the surveillance, observer pulling the strings. This was not just about turning people into mindless vessels. It was about monitoring the anomalies, tracking the rogue elements. And Sarah, whether she knew it or not, was a part of it, an unwitting broadcaster, or perhaps a very clever, very innocent-looking trap. They are watching us. I whispered, the words heavy with dread. He is watching us. Observer. He knows we are here. He knows everything we just said. My gaze flickered to the door, then back to the laptop, then to Sarah. The hum outside, which had momentarily faded in my shock, now began to intensify again, a low, guttural growl that vibrated through the floorboards. It was a response, a direct response to the discovery. Sarah started to sob uncontrollably, burying her face in her hands, the laptop still clutched in her lap, its tiny webcam lens still glowing, still broadcasting. No, 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 she whimpered. I do not understand. I did not do anything. But whether she understood or not, whether she was innocent or complicit, did not matter. The fact remained we were exposed. Every word, every movement, every desperate hope and terrifying realization we had just shared had been broadcast to Observer, to Arthur Vance, to whoever was pulling the strings of this nightmarish grand design. The hum outside was no longer muffled. It was a roar, a physical pressure that made the entire gas station tremble. Dust rained down from the ceiling. The barricaded door groaned under an unseen force. They were not just circling anymore. They were coming for us. I had to move. Now. But leaving Sarah, leaving the laptop, felt like abandoning a piece of myself, a piece of the horrifying truth. This new kind of cage was not just physical, it was omnipresent. A constant, insidious surveillance that permeated everything. We have to go, I said, my voice hoarse, pulling myself to my feet. Now. Sarah looked up, her face a mask of terror. Where do we go? They are everywhere. I do not know. I admitted, the desperation a bitter taste in my mouth. But we can't stay here. He knows we are here. He knows everything. I looked at the laptop, its glowing lens a malevolent eye. Smash it. Sarah, destroy it. She stared at me, paralyzed by fear and confusion. I can't. It is all I have. There was no time for argument. The door was groaning louder, splintering. I made a split-second decision. I could not risk her being an unwitting beacon, or worse, a subtle trap. I ripped the rebar from her grasp and with a sickening crunch, brought it down on the laptop screen. Glass shattered, sparks flew, and the live feed flickered, distorted into static, then died. The hum outside momentarily faltered, a brief, almost imperceptible pause, as if the connection had been severed, or perhaps the observer had registered the loss. Then it surged back with renewed fury. They knew. Come on, I yelled, grabbing her arm. She resisted for a moment, then, seeing the splintering door, the desperation in my eyes, she stumbled to her feet. I did not bother with the door. It was already giving way. I turned and sprinted towards another broken window, smashing the remaining shards of the rebar. The cold, gray air rushed in, carrying with it the deafening hum. We scrambled out, blindly running into the vast, desolate plain once more. The figures were closer than ever, a dark, undulating wave of identical faces. Their movements were faster now, less stiff, more purposeful. Their collective gaze felt like a laser beam, burning into my back. The world blurred around me, gray sky, gray ground, gray figures. The hum was a physical entity, pressing down on my skull, making my teeth chatter. I was no longer just running from physical capture. I was running from the horrifying knowledge that I was being watched, that every desperate struggle was part of a terrifying broadcast, a show for Observer and his grand design. The truth was a new kind of cage, one without visible bars, but with eyes everywhere. I was still running on a treadmill, a rogue element in a vast, unseen network. But now, I knew the extent of my exposure. The world was not just a prison, it was a stage, and I was a reluctant watchstar of a horror show I could never escape. The hum grew deafening, swallowing all other sound, as I ran and ran and ran into the endless, gray unknown. The world was a vast, invisible cage. That was the truth, hammered into my skull with the force of 1,000 nightmares. As Sarah and I sprinted across the desolate gray plain, the hum, that pervasive, sickening thrum that had been my constant companion since I would burst from that abandoned building had intensified. It was not just in the air anymore, it was in my bones, a low, vibrating frequency that made my teeth ache and my vision blur at the edges. Destroying that laptop, severing the connection, it felt like a desperate, futile gesture, like throwing a pebble at a tidal wave. Observer knew everything. He would have known it all along. Our every panic word, every terrified whisper, every frantic thought, I would pour it out to Sarah in that dilapidated gas station, and it had all been a live broadcast, a twisted performance for an unseen audience. The betrayal had been a colder, sharper shock than any physical threat. It was a realization that even in my most vulnerable moment, seeking comfort, I was still just a pawn in a game I did not understand, playing a role I had not auditioned for. Now, the figures were closing in again. Not a single unified wave, but scattered, deliberate advance from a hazy horizon. Their identical faces, blank and devoid of emotion, were burned into my memory. They did not run, they walked with slow, relentless purpose, like an unstoppable tide of automatons. Each step we took, each gasping breath, felt like it was being meticulously observed, analyzed, perhaps even enjoyed by whatever entity called itself observer. The gray plain stretched endlessly before us, a canvas of despair. There were no landmarks, no trees, no signs of life beyond the encroaching figures. Just endless, oppressive gray under a sky of the same monotonous shade. It felt like we were running on a treadmill, making no progress, always remaining precisely where observer wanted us to be. We can't stay out here. I gasped, my lungs burning, the metallic taste of fear heavy on my tongue. Sarah, her face pale and streaked with dust, nodded grimly beside me. Her eyes, wide and haunted, darted nervously between the advancing figures and the featureless horizon. She had not said much since the laptop incident, the shock of her unwitting complicity having silenced her. I could not blame her. It was a lot to take in. The world as we knew it was a lie. And now, we were fugitives in a reality that was actively trying to consume us. My legs were screaming, but the terror was a far more potent motivator. We kept pushing, scanning the horizon, praying for anything, any sign of shelter, any break in the monotonous landscape. And then, like a mirage, something appeared. A darker smudge against the gray, barely discernible at first, but slowly resolving into something tangible. It looked like a collapsed structure, half buried, its metallic shell glinting dully under the muted sky. It was not a building in the traditional sense, more like a long, low mound of twisted metal and concrete, as if something massive had crashed here and been slowly swallowed by the earth. A research facility, perhaps, or some kind of communication relay. Whatever it was, it offered the promise of walls, a roof, a temporary reprieve from the relentless gaze of the sky and the advancing figures. There, I choked out, pointing with trembling hand. Sarah followed my gaze, a flicker of desperate hope in her eyes. We veered towards it, pouring every last ounce of our dwindling energy into reaching it. The hum seemed to grow louder as we approached, almost as if the structure itself was a giant resonator. Or maybe it was just my heightened paranoia, every nerve ending screaming. As we got closer, the details became clearer. It was definitely some kind of facility, heavily damaged. A large, rusted dish antenna lay tilted on its side, partially submerged in the gray dirt. Cables, thick as my arm, snaked out from the wreckage, disappearing into the ground. A single, heavy-looking metal door, clearly designed to be airtight, stood ajar, a dark maw inviting us into its unknown depths. It looked abandoned, desolate, like everything else in this nightmare world. But for us, it was a beacon. We scrambled toward the entrance, our feet kicking up clouds of fine, gray dust. The air grew colder as we neared the open door, carried with a faint, metallic scent mixed with something else, something faintly chemical, like old electronics and stale air. We plunged inside without hesitation, the faint light of the gray sky instantly swallowed by the deeper gloom within. The interior was a mess of twisted metal, fallen ceiling panels, and defunct machinery. Dust motes danced in the sparse beams of light that filtered through cracks in the ceiling and walls. The air was thick and still, heavy with the scent of decay and disuse. But despite the desolation, there was an undeniable sense of presence. Not the figures outside, but something else, something lived in. Hello. I called out, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the oppressive silence, quickly swallowed by the cavernous space. Only the persistent hum answered me, a low, resonating thrum that seemed to emanate from the very walls. We moved cautiously, our footsteps echoing on the grimy concrete floor. The facility was a labyrinth of narrow corridors, small, windowless rooms, and larger, open spaces filled with rustic consoles and sparking wires. Everything was covered in a thick layer of fine, gray dust like a forgotten tomb. But as we delved deeper, we started noticing things. Small, almost imperceptible details that hinted at a recent occupation. A faint, almost imperceptible scuff mark on the dusty floor that had not been there for decades. A discarded energy bar wrapper, lying innocently next to a broken terminal. A flickering light in the distance, a weak, sickly yellow glow that suggested some residual power, or perhaps a very resourceful occupant. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was not just an abandoned ruin. Someone was here, or had been here very recently. The thought sent a fresh wave of paranoia washing over me. Was it Observer? Another one of his vessels? Or, impossibly, another survivor? We followed the flickering light, our senses on high alert. The hum seemed to pulse with greater intensity here, vibrating through the floor and up my legs. The light led us to a section of the facility that seemed slightly less damaged, a series of interconnected rooms that had clearly served as living quarters and an office space. The first room we entered was a makeshift living area. A sleeping bag lay crumpled on the floor next to a small, rickety table made of salvage parts. A few empty cans were scattered around, and a portable water filter sat on the table. It was crude but functional. Someone had been living here, trying to survive. "Hello," Sarah whispered, her voice barely audible. Suddenly, a voice, rough and strained, cut through the hum, making us both jump. "Who is there?" We spun around, our eyes darting into the deeper shadows of the room. A figure emerged, slowly, from behind a stack of crates. He was a man, probably in his late 40s or early 50s, his face gaunt and etched with fatigue, a week's worth of stubble on his chin. His clothes were dirty and torn, but his eyes, though bloodshot, held a fierce, desperate intelligence. He clutched a heavy, rusted pipe in his hand, a crude but effective weapon. We are survivors." I stammered, holding up my hands in a gesture of peace. "We are not with them." I gestured vaguely toward the outside. He eyed us suspiciously, his gaze lingering on Sarah for a moment before returning to me. "Survivors. I have not seen another living soul, and I do not even know how long. What are you doing here?" His voice was raspy, like he had not used it much recently. "We are running," Sarah said, her voice thin. "From the figures. From Observer." His eyes widened slightly at the mention of Observer. He lowered the pipe, though he did not drop it. "Observer. Huh. So, you know about the vessels, the collective." "Yes," I said, a wave of relief washing over me. Finally, someone else who understood. "We just found out. We were in the gas station, and then it all went wrong." He nodded slowly, his gaze still wary. "It always goes wrong. Always. My name's Mark. I have been hiding out here for months, trying to figure things out." He gestured around the makeshift living space. "It is not much, but it has got power, at least intermittently. And it is shielded, mostly. They do not seem to notice me as much in here." "Shielded?" I asked, hope blossoming in my chest. "Yeah, this was some kind of old deep space communication array, built to block out interference. Turns out, It works pretty well against their signals, too. Cuts down on the hum, mostly. Makes it harder for them to track you. Makes it harder for them to reach you. He tapped his temple meaningfully. We spent the next few hours, huddled together, sharing our stories. Mark listened intently as I recounted my terrifying discoveries. The initial burst of awareness, the gas station. Sarah's laptop, the betrayal. He nodded grimly at the mention of the laptop. They're always watching, always listening. You destroy one connection, they just find another. It is like trying to swap flies in a hurricane. He told us his own story, a fragmented tale of waking up one day, seeing the world for what it was, and fleeing into the gray. He would stumbled upon this facility by chance, and had been holed up ever since, scavenging for supplies, trying to piece together the puzzle of Observer. He had a theory, a terrifying one. That Observer was not just a collective consciousness, but something far older, far more insidious. A parasitic entity that had woven itself into the fabric of reality, slowly, subtly, for perhaps millennia, until it was indistinguishable from life itself. The vessels are not just random people they convert. Mark explained, his voice low and intense, his eyes flickering in the dim light. I think they are chosen, selected, maybe even designed from birth. Some of them are just placeholders, background noise for collective. But others have a purpose, a specific function within the grand design. His words sent a chill down my spine. Design, from birth. The idea was horrifying, suggesting an even deeper, more pervasive level of control than I would imagine. What kind of purpose? Sarah asked, her voice barely a whisper. Mark shrugged, a grim expression on his face. I do not know. That is what I have been trying to figure out. I have found some things in here. Old data logs, encrypted files, fragments, but it is all so garbled, so fragmented. Like trying to read a book with half the pages torn out. He led us to his makeshift office, a small, cramped room dominated by a single, sturdy metal desk and a collection of ancient, humming computer terminals. Wires snaked across the floor like metallic vines, connecting various pieces of salvage equipment. The air was thick with the scent of ozone and stale dust. On the walls, he had pinned up maps, diagrams, and pages filled with frantic, handwritten notes, all crisscrossed with red lines and question marks. It was a madman's lair, but in this world, perhaps madness was the only sanity left. I have been trying to decrypt some of these files, Mark said, gesturing to a flickering monitor displaying lines of indecipherable code. I think they are Observer's internal records. Their operating manual, if you will, while Mark fiddled with the ancient keyboard. Try to coax more information from the dying machines. I started looking around the desk. It was a chaotic mess of papers, tools, half-eaten food, and strange electronic components. My gaze drifted over a stack of old files, bound with rusted clips. Most of them were technical documents, blueprints for long-defunct machinery, or cryptic scientific papers. But one document, lying partially obscured under a broken circuit board, caught my eye. It was a single sheet of heavy, cream-colored paper, folded neatly in half. It did not look like the other documents. It looked official, out of place. A strange, almost elegant calligraphy adorned the top, forming a symbol I did not recognize, but which felt inherently sinister. It was a stylized eye, but with tendrils extending from it, like grasping limbs. My fingers trembled as I reached for it, a sudden, inexplicable sense of dread washing over me. The hum seemed to grow louder, vibrating through the desk, making the paper itself feel alive. I pulled it out from under the circuit board, unfolding it carefully, and then I saw it. My breath hitched in my throat. The words on the page seemed to swim before my eyes, but one stood out, stark and undeniable, written in a bold, almost clinical font. Contract for vessel assignment designation Alpha 7. Below that, in smaller, yet equally precise lettering, were several clauses, each more chilling than the last. My eyes scanned them frantically, my mind struggling to process the implications. This agreement, herein referred to as the assignment, is entered into by and between the observer hereinafter the collective and the designated individual hereinafter the vessel. The vessel hereby acknowledges and accepts its predetermined role within the collective's grand design, effective from the date of initial consciousness manifestation. The vessel agrees to the complete and unreserved integration of its consciousness into the collective upon activation of reintegration protocol, as directed by the observer. Any deviation from assigned parameters or attempt to disrupt the collective's operations shall result in immediate activation of Termination Clause 7B, leading to dissolution and reassimilation of constituent elements. This assignment is irrevocable and binding across all manifest realities. My blood ran cold. This was not just a theoretical document. This was a contract. A legal agreement for the conversion of a human being into a vessel. And then my eyes dropped to the signature line. It was not a signature in the traditional sense, but a series of complex glyphs, almost like a barcode, underneath the printed name. The name that made my stomach drop into my feet. The name that ripped through the fragile trust I had begun to build, shattering it into a million pieces. Sarah Jenkins. My world tilted. Sarah, her name, on a contract with Observer, for vessel assignment, designation Alpha 7. My hand flew to my mouth, stifling a gasp. The paper crackled in my trembling fingers. I stared at the name, then at the clauses, then back at the name. A whirlwind of emotions tore through me: shock, disbelief, a renewed, sickening wave of betrayal so profound it made my head spin. Was this why she was in the gas station? Was she a plant? A trap? Had she known about this all along? Was her fear, her confusion, her apparent alliance just another performance for Observer, a more elaborate, convincing act than a laptop broadcast? What is it? Mark asked, looking up from his terminal, alerted by my sudden stillness. Sarah, who had been peering over his shoulder at the code, turned around, her brow furrowed with concern. I could not speak. My voice was trapped somewhere in my throat, strangled by the sheer horror of the discovery. I just held out the paper, my hand shaking so violently I thought I might drop it. Mark took it from me, his eyes quickly scanning the document. His face, already etched with weariness, paled further with each line he read. His gaze snapped to Sarah, then back to the contract, then to me. A flicker of something unreadable surprise, understanding, crossed his features. Sarah, sensing the sudden shift in atmosphere, moved closer, her eyes fixed on the paper in Mark's hand. "What is that?" she asked, her voice tentative, laced with a growing apprehension. Mark did not answer. He just slowly, deliberately, handed the contract to her. Her eyes widened as she read the bold print, then the clauses, and finally her own name. The color drained from her face, leaving it a stark, ashen white. Her lips parted, but no sound came out. Her eyes, usually so expressive, were now blank with a terror that mirrored my own. My name," she whispered, the paper rattling in her hands. "What is this? I do not understand. It is a contract. Sarah," I managed to choke out, my voice raw with accusation. "A contract for vessel assignment. With Observer. Your name is on it. Designation Alpha 7. She shook her head frantically, her eyes darting between me and Mark, pleading for understanding. No, I swear, I have never seen this before. I do not know anything about this. This is not real. It looks pretty real to me." I said, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. "You were there in the gas station. You had the laptop. You were broadcasting everything. Was that part of the assignment? Sarah, were you supposed to lead me to Observer? To draw me out?" The words tumbled out, fueled by a fresh surge of panic and betrayal. The idea that she could have been playing me all along was almost unbearable. "No, I swear to God, no," she cried, tears welling in her eyes. "I was just as scared as you. more scared. I did not know the laptop was a feed. I thought I was helping you. I thought we were in this together. Her desperation felt genuine, but after the laptop, after this contract, how could I trust anything? How could I tell what was real and what was another layer of Observer's insidious deception? Mark cleared his throat, his gaze still fixed on the contract. She might be telling the truth, he said, his voice low. Or at least, she might think she is telling the truth. Observer's methods are complex. They do not always need conscious cooperation. Sometimes, the best agents are the ones who do not even know they are agents. What are you saying? I demanded, my eyes still locked on Sarah, who was now openly weeping, clutching the contract to her chest as if it were a death warrant. I have seen fragments of this before, Mark explained, gesturing vaguely at his notes. These vessel assignments, I think they are preemptive. Observer does not just convert people when they reach a certain age or experience a traumatic event. I think some people are marked from the very beginning, from birth, maybe even before. Their entire lives are just a prelude to their activation, a carefully curated experience designed to lead them to a specific point for a specific purpose. My blood ran cold again. So Sarah could have been a vessel all along, without even knowing it. It is possible, Mark said, his voice grim. Highly possible. Designation Alpha 7. That sounds like a primary function. A key role, not just a background drone. He looked at Sarah, his expression softening slightly. You might be a very important piece of Observer's puzzle, Sarah, and you might have been designed to lead him or her to you. He gestured between me and Sarah. The implication was chilling. I was not the target of the contract, Sarah was. And I, in my desperate search for answers and allies, might have simply been led to her, a pawn in a larger game. A part of me screamed in protest, refusing to believe it. But another, colder part, the part that had seen the blank faces of the vessels, the endless gray, and felt the hum in its very bones, knew that anything was possible in this twisted reality. What do I do? Sarah sobbed, her voice cracking. What does this mean? It means you are a target, Mark said bluntly. A valuable one. And now that this contract has been found, now that your designation has been revealed, I imagine Observer is going to be very interested in collecting on his investment. As if on cue, the hum intensified. It was not just a vibration in the air anymore, it felt like a physical pressure, pushing it on us from all sides. The flickering lights in the room dimmed, then brightened erratically, casting dancing shadows that made the cramped space feel claustrophobic. He knows, I whispered, the words a sickening echo of my earlier realization. He knows we found it. Mark's eyes darted to his screens. The indecipherable code was no longer static. Lines of text began scrolling rapidly, too fast to read, but the implication was clear. The system, Observer's network, was reacting. We need to move, Mark said, his voice urgent. Now, this facility, it might be shielded, but it is not impregnable. If they know we are here, they will find a way in, or they will just bring the whole damn thing down around us. Suddenly, the ancient terminals on Mark's desk flared with a blinding white light, then went dark with a shower of sparks and a puff of acrid smoke. The hum intensified to an almost unbearable shriek, making my ears ring and my head throb. The entire facility groaned around us, a deep metallic rumble that vibrated to the floor and up into my teeth. Dust rained down from the ceiling, mingling with falling debris. The integrity of the structure is compromised. Mark yelled over the din, grabbing a small, rugged-looking tablet from his desk. They are destabilizing the supports. We have to go. He pointed to a heavy, reinforced door at the far end of the office. Emergency exit. It leads to an old service tunnel. Might get us out from under this thing before it collapses. We did not hesitate. Sarah, still clutching the contract, her face a mask of terror, followed Mark as he sprinted toward the door. I was right behind her, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The air was thick with dust and the acrid smell of burning electronics. The hum was a physical entity now, a crushing weight that pressed against my chest, making it hard to breathe. Mark wrestled with the heavy bolts on the emergency exit, grunting with effort. The facility groaned again, louder this time, a sound like a giant beast in its death throes. Pieces of the ceiling began to fall, crashing to the floor with deafening impact. "Hurry!" I screamed, fear a cold knot in my stomach. I glanced back towards the main corridor and through the swirling dust. I saw them, the figures. They're identical. Blank faces were illuminated by the erratic, dying lights of the facility, their slow, relentless advance now seeming impossibly fast. They were already inside. With a final, desperate heave, Mark threw open the emergency door. Beyond it was a narrow, dark tunnel, smelling of damp earth and stale air. "Go, go, go," he yelled, pushing Sarah through the opening. I followed, scrambling to the dark aperture just as a massive section of the ceiling above the office collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending a shockwave of dust and debris washing over us. The hum reached a crescendo. Then, for a split second, it seemed to shudder like a dying machine. We tumbled into the tunnel, landing hard on the rough, dusty floor. Mark quickly slammed the heavy door shut behind us, the metallic clang echoing eerily in confined space. The hum, though still present, was significantly muffled here, a faint tremor in the distance, a welcome relief from the deafening assault we had just endured. We lay there for a moment, gasping for breath, the taste of dust and fear thick in our mouths. The darkness was absolute, broken only by the faint, eerie glow of Mark's tablet. "Are you both okay?" Mark rasped, his voice strained. "Yeah," I managed to say, pushing myself up. "I think so." Sarah was curled into a ball, still clutching the contract, her body trembling uncontrollably. She looked up at us, her eyes wide and wet with tears, but also a new, terrifying understanding. The contract, her name on it. Observer's grand design, it was all real. I do not know what to do," she whispered, her voice raw. "I do not want to be a vessel. I do not want to be part of that." She gestured vaguely toward the collapsed facility, toward the outside world, toward the omnipresent hum. "We find a way," I said, my voice firmer than I felt. The betrayal still stung, a raw wound in my chest, but seeing her genuine terror, her palpable confusion, it was hard to maintain the anger. She was a victim, too, perhaps a more profound one than I was. Observer's plans for her were clearly far more intricate, more deeply rooted. Mark shone the tablet's light down the tunnel. It stretched into the darkness, a seemingly endless, claustrophobic passage. "This tunnel goes deep," he said. "It is an old maintenance access. Should lead us out a few miles from here. Keep us under the radar for a while." He started walking, his footsteps echoing on the hard-packed earth. Sarah and I followed, our minds reeling. The darkness of the tunnel was a welcome reprieve from the blinding gray outside, but also felt like a tomb, a place where secrets festered and nightmares lurked. The contract, still clutched in Sarah's hand, was a chilling reminder of Observer's reach, of his meticulous planning. It was not just about forcing people into the collective, it was about designing them, assigning them roles, perhaps even before they drew their first breath. Sarah was not just a person who happened to stumble into this nightmare. She was a designated player, a crucial piece in Observer's terrifying game. And by finding that contract, we had just ripped a page out of his playbook. The hum was still there, a faint, distant thrum, a constant reminder that no matter how deep we went, no matter how far we ran, Observer was still out there, watching, waiting, and for Sarah, his patience was probably wearing thin. He had a contract to fulfill, and a vessel to claim. And now, I was inextricably linked to her fate. My trust was shattered, my world was crumbling, but one thing remained clear: the fight was far from over, and it had just gotten a hell of a lot more personal. The air vent shaft was cold, dusty, and smelled like old metal and something faintly antiseptic, even here, far from the sterile rooms. Every scrape of my elbow, every strain groan of the metal as I shifted my weight, sounded deafening in the pitch black. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. I did not know where I was going, only that it had to be away from Clara, away from the lies, the bland food, the medication that dulled my mind, and the terrifying realization that I was a prisoner, after what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 20 minutes. I saw a faint glow ahead. It was a thin line of light peeking through a vent cover. Hope, raw and desperate, surged through me. I wriggled forward, my muscles screaming in protest, until I reached the grate. It was held in place by 4 screws. My fingernails were useless, but I found a loose piece of jagged metal, probably from a broken pipe clamp, and started to work. It took agonizing minutes, my fingers growing raw, but eventually, one by one, the screws gave way. The last one clattered the floor inside, and I pushed the grate open, tumbling out with a soft thud onto a carpeted floor. I lay there for a second, gasping, my eyes wide, trying to make sense of my surroundings. This was not another sterile corridor. This was a living room. It was a strange, unsettlingly familiar living room. The kind you would see in a magazine from the late 90s, meticulously preserved. There was a floral couch, a heavy oak coffee table, and a bookshelf filled with worn paperbacks. On the mantelpiece above a brick fireplace, faded photos in silver frames showed a smiling family man, a woman, and a young girl with long, dark hair. A girl who looked exactly like me. Or how I remember myself looking before the accident, before the blankness. A chill, colder than the air vent, snaked down my spine. This was not just a living room. It was my living room. Or at least, what I thought was my living room, from the fragmented memories I had been trying to piece together. The same pattern curtains, the same slightly chipped ceramic lamp on the end table, even the same stack of old CDs next to the stereo system. It was perfect, too perfect, like a museum exhibit. Then I saw the plaque on the wall, discreetly placed next to a closed door, just barely visible in the soft lamplight. It was a small, polished brass plate, and etched into it were the words Chloe Jenkins Wing. My blood ran cold. Chloe Jenkins. That was my name. At least, that is what I had been clinging to. The name Sarah had occasionally whispered. The name that felt right, even if I could not remember anything else about her. But why a wing? Why a museum piece living room? And why did it feel like a trap, even more so than the hospital room? I pushed myself up, my legs wobbly, and stumbled towards a mantelpiece. My fingers traced the edges of the silver frames. The little girl with the dark hair, bright eyes, a gap-toothed smile. It was me. Or it had to be me. But the pictures were old. The clothes, the hairstyles, they were all from a different era. The furniture, too. This was not my current living room. This was a ghost of a living room. A memory made solid. A low, soft humming sound broke the silence. It was coming from the closed door next to the plaque. My heart leaped into my throat. Someone was in there. The humming was a lullaby, a sweet, melancholic tune. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to run, to scramble back into the vent. But morbid curiosity, a desperate need to understand, held me rooted to the spot. Slowly, cautiously, I approached the door. It was slightly ajar, letting a sliver of light spill into the room. I took a deep breath, pushing down the rising panic, and peered through the gap. What I saw made the blood drain from my face, leaving me lightheaded and nauseous. Inside, bathed in the soft glow of a bedside lamp, was a bedroom. And in the bed, tucked under a floral comforter identical to the one in my fragmented memories, was a woman. She was sleeping peacefully, her long, dark hair spread across the pillow, and she looked exactly like me. Not just similar, identical. Every feature, Every curve of her cheek, the faint mole above her lip. It was like looking into a mirror, but the reflection was breathing, sleeping, entirely separate from me. My mind reeled, struggling to process the impossible. Who was she? Was she my sister? My twin? But I had no memory of a twin. The humming stopped. Her eyes fluttered open. They were my eyes, wide, darkened now, filled with a deep, unsettling confusion as they met mine to crack in the door. For a long moment, we simply stared at each other. Two identical faces, two sets of identical eyes, both filled with terror. Then a slow, dawning realization crept onto her face, a look of profound sadness mixed with a weary resignation. "Oh," she whispered, her voice soft like a sigh. "You finally found your way here." My breath hitched. Who are you?" I managed, my voice barely a croak. "Who am I?" She pushed herself up, sitting against the headboard, the comforter pooling around her. She looked tired, resigned, and then I noticed the delicate silver locket around her neck. The same locket I had found in the box, the one Clara had left for me, but this one was her locket. It was worn, clearly cherished. "I am Chloe," she said, her voice flat. "Chloe Jenkins." She gestured around the room with a languid hand. "This is my room, my home, or what is left of it." My head pounded. "No," I whispered, shaking my head. "That is my name. That is my home. I remember it. Faintly, but I remember." A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched her lips, devoid of humor. "You remember what Clara wants you to remember. Fragments, carefully selected. She is very good at that." She looked at me, really looked at me, with an intensity that made my skin crawl. "You are new, are not you? The latest iteration. Latest iteration." The words felt like stones in my mouth. "What are you talking about?" Before she could answer, a voice, sweet and melodic, yet laced with an icy undertone, cut through the air behind me. "Chloe, darling." I thought I heard voices. My blood froze. "Clara." I spun around. She was standing in the doorway of the living room, framed against the sterile white of the corridor I would just escaped. She wore a pristine white nurse's uniform, but her smile was anything but comforting. It was wide, almost predatory, and her eyes, usually gentle, now held a glint of triumph. "You are quite the escape artist, are not you?" she purred, taking a slow step into the living room. "Always so resourceful, just like my Chloe." She glanced at the woman in the bed, then back at me, her gaze lingering, appraising. Though, I must say, this one's a little rough around the edges. Still, a good foundation. "What is this?" I demanded, my voice trembling but rising in volume. "Who is she? What have you done to me?" Clara chuckled, a soft, chilling sound that echoed in the perfectly recreated living room. "Oh, my dear. So many questions. But you are getting ahead of yourself. Perhaps we should sit down. You look a little faint." She gestured to the floral couch. "I am not sitting anywhere with you." I snapped, backing away toward the bedroom door, instinctively seeking refuge near the other Chloe. Clara's smile tightened, just a fraction. "Very well. Then let us just talk, shall we? You see, you are not Chloe. Not the original Chloe, anyway." She glanced at the woman in the bed. "She is, or she was." The woman in the bed, the real Chloe, watched us with those sad, resigned eyes. She did not speak, did not move, just observed, like a spectator at her own tragedy. "You," Clara continued, turning her full attention back to me, "are a replacement, a project. You see, my Chloe was difficult, rebellious. She wanted to leave, to live her own life, and I could not have that, not after everything I would done for her, everything I would build." Her voice had taken on a hurt, bewildered tone, like a parent betrayed by a child. "So, I had to make some adjustments. Adjustments. I choked out, a cold dread spreading through my veins. What are you talking about? She had an accident, Clara said, her voice suddenly flat, devoid of emotion. A car crash. Very unfortunate. She survived, of course. But her mind, it was not quite the same. She started to forget things. Forget me. Forget us. She sighed dramatically. It was heartbreaking. But it also presented an opportunity to start fresh, to mold her into the Chloe she was always meant to be. The perfect Chloe. I stared at her, horrified. You caused the accident. Clara gave a dismissive wave of her hand. A minor miscalculation. But it served its purpose. I brought her here, to our beautiful home, to recover, to heal, to remember. But she resisted. Oh, how she resisted. She looked at the real Chloe with a flicker of something like disappointment. She just could not let go of that silly desire for independence. So, I had to find a new approach. And that is me. I whispered, the realization hitting me like a physical blow. I am your new approach. Precisely. Clara's smile returned, bright and chilling. You were perfect. A remarkably close resemblance. A little rough around the edges, as I said, but nothing a little conditioning could not fix. The accident, the memory loss, it was all part of the plan. A clean slate. I have been carefully feeding you memories, guiding your recovery, shaping you into the Chloe I always dreamed of. The Chloe who would stay. The Chloe who would love me. My blood ran cold. The blankness, the fragments, the locket, the accident. It was all a carefully constructed lie. I was not Chloe. I was someone else. Someone Clara had found. Someone she was trying to turn into Chloe. Who am I, then? I asked, my voice barely audible. Clara tilted her head, a strange, almost maternal look on her face. Does it matter, darling? Your old life is gone. Your old identity, whatever it was, is irrelevant. You are Chloe now. My Chloe. She held up the locket I had found. This was a test, you see, to see if you would recognize it, if you would connect with it. And you did. You connected with her life. She gestured toward the real Chloe in the bed. It means you are almost ready. Ready for what? My voice was trembling. To take your place. Clara said simply, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. To be my daughter. To live here in our beautiful home. With me. Forever. The real Chloe, still in the bed, slowly extended her hand. Run. She mouthed, her eyes wide with a desperate plea. Clara saw it. Her smile vanished. Her eyes narrowed, and a terrifying coldness settled over her features. Naughty, naughty. Chloe, we have talked about this. No more disruptions. She took another step toward the bedroom, her gaze fixed on the woman in the bed. This was my chance. While Clara was distracted, I turned and bolted. Not back into the vent that was a dead end. I ran toward the other door in the living room, the one that led back into the sterile corridor. Get back here, Clara shrieked, her voice suddenly losing its sweet veneer, replaced by a raw, furious edge. I did not look back. I burst through the door and sprinted down the hallway, the fluorescent lights blurring above me. I did not know where I was going, but I knew I had to get out. This was not a hospital. This was a prison. Clara's personal asylum. I ran past identical white doors, past a nurse's station that was thankfully empty. The building was eerily quiet, save for the pounding of my feet and my ragged breath. I could hear Clara's footsteps behind me, surprisingly fast, surprisingly close. You can't escape. Chloe, she yelled, her voice echoing down the corridor. This is your home. You belong with me. Panic let me speed. I rounded a corner, then another, desperately searching for an exit. Finally, I saw it a large, double-door marked emergency exit with a glowing red sign. I slammed into the push bar with all my weight. It gave way with a loud thunk, and I stumbled out into the blinding sunlight. I was outside, but it was not a city street. I was in what looked like a sprawling manicured garden, surrounded by a high, impenetrable fence topped with barbed wire. Beyond the fence, I could see dense woods. This was not a hospital. It was a compound, a private, isolated facility. My heart sank, but I did not stop. I ran towards a fence, scrambling over flower beds and manicured lawns, my hospital gown flapping around my legs. The fence was too high, too secure. There was no way over it. Then I saw a gate, a heavy iron gate, about 50 yards away. It looked like the main entrance. And to my utter disbelief, it was slightly ajar. Someone had clearly forgotten to latch it properly. It was a miracle, a tiny, impossible window of opportunity. Stop right there. Chloe. Clara's voice was closer now, filled with a terrifying blend of anger and desperation. I did not stop. I ran harder than I ever had in my life, my lungs burning, my legs aching. I reached the gate, pushed it open wider, and burst through. I was out. I was truly, finally, free of the compound. I did not look back. I just ran blindly into the woods, the thick undergrowth tearing at my bare feet and the thin hospital gown. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs gave out, until I collapsed in a heap under a thick canopy of trees, gasping for air, shaking uncontrollably. It took me hours, stumbling through the woods, scratched and bruised, before I finally found a road. It was a small, winding country road, and it felt like salvation. I walked for what felt like an eternity, until a beat-up old pickup truck slowed down and the driver, a kind-faced older man, offered me a ride. "You okay, miss?" he asked, his eyes full of concern as he took in my torn gown and disheveled appearance. "You look like you've been through the ringer." I was in an accident." I stammered, clinging to the only half-truth I could remember. I just escaped." He nodded slowly, his gaze lingering on my face. "Well, you are safe now. Where can I take you?" I did not know where to go. I did not know who I was. I just knew I needed to be somewhere far away from Clara. I gave him the name of the nearest town I could remember from a road sign, a small place called Willow Creek. He dropped me off at a diner, and I called the police, spinning a frantic, half-true tale of abduction and escape. They were skeptical at first, but my story, combined with my appearance and obvious distress, eventually convinced them to investigate. They went to the compound, but found nothing. No Chloe Jenkins wing, no evidence of a private hospital, just an abandoned, overgrown estate that had been for sale for years. It was like Clara and her twisted world had vanished into thin air. The police could not find any missing person reports matching my description. They could not find any record of a Chloe Jenkins. It was as if I did not exist, except for fragmented memories I still could not fully trust. Eventually, they placed me in a temporary shelter, then with a foster family, while they tried to piece together my identity. But I knew I was not Chloe Jenkins. I was someone else, someone Clara had tried to erase, someone she had tried to replace. And the horror was not just that I had been abducted, but that my very identity had been stolen, leaving a gaping void where my past should have been. Months passed. I was given a new name, a new identity by the state, a fresh start. Sarah, it felt both alien and strangely comforting. I tried to build a new life, to forget the terror of the compound, the chilling smile of Clara, the haunted eyes of the other Chloe. I went to therapy. I got a job. I even started trying to make friends. I tried to live, to be normal. One evening, a guy from work, Mark, asked me out. He was sweet, funny, and for the first time in a long time, I felt a flicker of hope, a possibility of a future that was not defined by my past trauma. We went to a casual Italian place, laughed, talked for hours. It was nice, normal. He walked me to my car, a beat-up old sedan I would bought with my first few paychecks. As I fumbled for my keys, he leaned in for a goodnight kiss. It was gentle, innocent, a soft promise of something more. After he left, I got into my car, but something felt off. A faint, almost imperceptible hum, a high-pitched whine that seemed to come from underneath the vehicle. I dismissed it at first, thinking it was just the car's usual quirks. But as I started the engine, the sound seemed to intensify, a tiny, insistent whisper beneath the roar of the engine. A cold dread began to creep in. It was a familiar feeling, a warning bell that saved my life once before. I turned off the engine, plunging the night into silence, save for crickets. The humming stopped. I started the engine again. The humming returned. My hands trembled as I grabbed my phone, switched on a flashlight, and cautiously got out of the car. I knelt down, peering underneath the chassis, my heart hammering against my ribs. It took a moment to spot it. Tucked away, almost perfectly hidden above the rear axle, was a small, black device. It was sleek, magnetic, and completely out of place. A tiny red light pulsed steadily on its side, a silent, mocking beacon in the darkness. A tracker. My breath hitched. The world seemed to tilt on its axis. The normalcy, the hope, the fresh start all shattered around me. Clara, she had not vanished. She had not forgotten. She had been watching. All this time. Since I would escape that compound. Since I would try to build a new life. She had been there, a silent, invisible shadow, always present. The humming in my ears was not just a tracker, it was a sound of my own blood rushing, the sound of pure, unadulterated terror. The escape had not been an escape at all. It was just a longer leash. I was still her project, still her Chloe, and the cage, it turned out, was far larger than I had ever imagined, stretching across cities, across lives, encompassing everything I thought I was. She was still out there, and she knew exactly where to find me. She always would. The first thing I registered was a dull ache behind my eyes, a throbbing pulse that echoed the frantic beat in my chest. Then came the smell of sterile, antiseptic scent that clawed at the back of my throat, instantly familiar yet entirely out of place. My eyelids felt impossibly heavy, glued shut, but when I finally managed to pry them open, all I saw was a blurry, off-white ceiling. Panic, cold and sharp, cut through the haze. I tried to sit up, but a strange, unfamiliar resistance held my left arm down. My head swam, a dizzying wave washing over me as I struggled against whatever was restraining me. That is when I noticed the white sheets, pulled taut, tucked in so tightly they felt like a straitjacket. A thin, plastic tube taped to the back of my hand snaked up to a clear bag hanging from a metal pole beside the bed. And this was a hospital. But how? Why? My mind was a blank slate, a vast, terrifying emptiness where memories should have been. The last thing I could recall was a desperate, adrenaline-fueled flight, the constant checking of my rearview mirror, the chilling thought of Clara's face, her etched Y on my window, the locket, the one she would left, identical to hers, containing the child's photo of the real Chloe, and a mirror would be mine engraved. The horrifying realization that she wanted me to be part of her stolen life, to fill a role in her meticulously crafted nightmare. I remember the cold dread, the decision to run, to disappear, to outrun the monster who was not supernatural, but chillingly human. And then nothing. Just this sterile room, this aching head, this terrifying void in my memory. A soft click, and the door opened. A woman in light blue scrubs, her dark hair pulled back in a neat bun, stepped in. She had kind eyes, but they held a practiced, almost too calm expression. "Good morning," she said, her voice soft, almost a whisper. "You are awake. How are you feeling?" I tried to speak, but my throat was dry, scratchy. What happened? I croaked, my voice a stranger's. She smiled gently, approaching the bed. "You have been in an accident. A pretty nasty one, actually. You are very lucky. She checked my 4, adjusted the dial on a machine I had not noticed before. Its steady beep a monotonous rhythm in the quiet room. You are at SD. Jude's. My name is Sarah. I am your nurse. SD. Jude's. The name sounded vaguely familiar, but I could not place it. An accident. What kind of accident? I can't remember. I confessed, the words tasting like ash. Anything. How I got here. Sarah patted my arm reassuringly. That is perfectly normal, dear. You suffered a pretty significant head trauma. Memory loss is common. It will come back, slowly but surely. She paused, her gaze lingering on my face. Do you remember your name? My name. My own name. It felt like a test. Yes, I said, a flicker of relief. It is narrator's name. I gave her my full name, the one I would always known, the one that felt like the last anchor to my own reality. That is wonderful, she said, her smile broadening. We were worried for a while. You have been here for, well, a little longer than a few days. We are just glad you are finally coming around. A little longer than a few days. How long? The vagueness unsettled me. Can I have my phone? I need to call someone. Sarah hesitated, her kind eyes losing a fraction of their warmth. Not just yet. Sweetie, we need to monitor you closely. And your phone, it was quite damaged in the accident. We will get you a new one once you are a bit stronger. For now, rest is key. Her words were meant to be comforting, but they only fueled my growing unease. No phone. No connection to the outside world. No way to verify anything she was saying. The room, which I now noticed had no window, suddenly felt smaller and more confining. Over the next few days, the pattern solidified. Sarah, or another equally serene nurse, would come in, check my vitals, offer bland food, and administer medication that left me feeling groggy and disconnected. Each time I asked about the accident, about my memory, about leaving, I received the same gentle, evasive answers. It is all part of the recovery process. We are just taking things one step at a time. The doctors will explain everything when you are ready. But I never felt ready. I felt trapped. The blankness in my mind was a gaping maw, and every attempt to peer into it only brought a wave of nausea and a dull, insistent pressure behind my eyes. Yet, lurking beneath the amnesia was a persistent, nameless dread. A feeling of being pursued, of having fled something truly terrifying. It was like a phantom limb of fear, tingling with an anxiety I could not explain. One morning, a doctor finally came in. He was a tall, thin man with wire-rimmed glasses and a perpetually furrowed brow. He introduced himself as Dr. Albright. He spoke in medical jargon that mostly flew over my head, talking about concussions, brain swelling, and the slow process of neurological recovery. You are making excellent progress. Narrator's name, he said, flipping through a chart. Your vitals are stable, and your cognitive functions are slowly returning. We are very pleased, but I still do not remember anything. I pressed, my voice raspy with frustration. Not the accident, not how I got here. And why can't I leave? Why is the door locked? Dr. Albright peered at me over his glasses. The door is locked for your safety and to ensure you get the uninterrupted rest you need. As for your memory, it will return when it is ready. Forcing it can be detrimental. We are giving you medication to help with the anxiety and aid in your recovery. It is a delicate process. Anxiety. I scoffed. Of course I am anxious. I am in a hospital. I do not know why, and I can't leave. And what about my family? My friends? Have they been contacted? He sighed, a faint, almost imperceptible sound. We have been in touch with your next of kin. They understand the situation and are fully supportive of your treatment. Here, my next of kin. I try to picture who that might be. My parents. A distant aunt. Who? Can I speak to them? Dr. Albright closed the chart with a soft thud. Not at this time. We believe it is best for your recovery to limit external stimuli. Too much excitement, too many questions, could set back your progress. We need you to focus on healing. He offered a tight, professional smile. Just trust us. Narrator's name. We have your best interests at heart. He left as quickly as he would arrived, leaving me with a knot of dread in my stomach. Next of kin. The phrase felt cold, impersonal. And why would not they want me to speak to them? It did not make sense. Nothing here made sense. The days blurred into a monotonous cycle. The food was always bland, often a grayish gruel or rubbery chicken. The sounds of the hospital were muted, distant, like listening to the world through a thick pane of glass. Sometimes, I would hear a faint, almost melodic humming from a distant room, or a sudden, sharp cry that was quickly muffled. The fluorescent lights hummed incessantly, casting a pallid glow that made everything feel artificial, dreamlike. I started to notice things, small, unsettling details. A nurse would call me honey or sweetie, but sometimes, just for a fleeting moment, I could have sworn I heard Chloe. It was always so quick, so subtle, that I would immediately question myself. Am I imagining things? Is my brain still scrambled? One evening, while Sarah was adjusting my four, I managed to sneak a glance at her name tag. It read Sarah Miller, RN, nothing out of the ordinary. But then, as she leaned closer, I saw a faint, almost invisible scratch on plastic, just below her name. It looked like a tiny stylized C. I blinked, and it was gone, or perhaps I would have imagined it. My mind, I reasoned, was playing tricks on me. My brain was clearly still healing, but the feeling persisted. The feeling that something was profoundly wrong. I started pushing myself, trying to walk, to regain strength. The nurses encouraged it, but always watched me with those same placid, unreadable eyes. I was not allowed to leave the room, not even for a short walk down the hallway. Doctor's orders. They would say, "You are still quite fragile." My reflection in the small, metal mirror in the bathroom shocked me each time. I looked gaunt, my face pale, my eyes hollowed. There was a faint, almost invisible scar running along my hairline, just above my left temple. I did not remember getting it. Another blank spot. Another piece of the puzzle missing. One night, the medication they gave me did not seem to work as well. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, the humming of the lights and the distant beeping of machines the only sounds. A faint scratching started, coming from the wall to my left. It was rhythmic, insistent, like tiny claws dragging across plaster. I held my breath, listening. It stopped, then started again, closer this time, accompanied by a soft, almost imperceptible whisper. My heart pounded. I told myself it was just pipes, or rats, or my imagination. But the whisper, it sounded like a name. Chloe. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to block it out. This was too much. The isolation, the memory loss, the unsettling feeling that something was being hidden from me. I needed to get out. The next morning, driven by a desperate need for answers, I decided I would not take the medication. When Sarah brought my pills, I pretended to swallow them, palming them instead. I hid them under my tongue, then quickly tucked them into a small tear in the mattress when she turned to adjust my sheets. The effect was immediate. My mind felt clearer, sharper, though the dull headache persisted. The grogginess lifted. I felt more like myself, the old self, the one who had fled Clara. And the clearer my mind became, the more terrifying the situation appeared. I spent the day scrutinizing my room. It was sparse a bed, a small nightstand, a chair, a closed-off bathroom. No personal belongings. No pictures. Nothing to indicate who I was, or that I had any life outside these four walls. I ran my hands over the walls, feeling for any cracks, any hidden panels. Nothing. Later that afternoon, a new nurse came in. She was younger than Sarah, with bright, overly cheerful eyes that seemed to sparkle with an artificial light. She introduced herself as Nurse Clara. My blood ran cold. The name hit me like a physical blow, stealing the air from my lungs. I stared at her, my heart hammering against my ribs. Her face, it was not the face of my Clara. This nurse was slender, with a smattering of freckles and bright red hair. Nothing like the woman who had haunted my waking thoughts. But the name, Clara, I managed to choke out. She smiled a wide, almost manic grin. Yes, that is me, Nurse Clara, ready for your afternoon checkup. I forced myself to breathe. It is a coincidence. I told myself, there are other people named Clara in the world. This is a hospital, not her lair. But the raw, primal fear that surged through me was undeniable. Do you work here often? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Oh, I am new to this ward, she chirped, oblivious to my terror. Just transferred in, but I am loving it so far. Such lovely patients. She leaned over to check my blood pressure, her proximity making my skin crawl. You are doing great. By the way, almost ready for discharge. I hear. Discharge. The word sounded like freedom, but after my conversation with DR, Albright, it also sounded like a trap. I did not trust them. I did not trust this place. And I definitely did not trust a nurse named Clara. That night, unable to sleep, my mind raced with a terrifying clarity I had not felt in weeks. I got out of bed. The restraints on my arm were gone now, removed a few days prior as a sign of progress. I crept to the door, pressing my ear against the cold metal. Silence. Utter, complete silence, broken only by the distant hum of the building. I tried the handle. Locked as expected. I sank back against the wall, despair washing over me. I was truly trapped. My gaze fell upon the nightstand. There was a small, ornate wooden box there, one I had not noticed before. It looked out of place, too personal for a hospital room. Curiosity, mixed with desperate hope for answers, compelled me. I reached for it, my fingers trembling. It was not locked. I lifted the lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, was a locket. My breath hitched. It was identical to hers. The one Clara wore constantly. The one she would left for me. My hands shook as I picked it up. It was cold, heavy. I pressed the clasp, and it sprang open. Inside, on one side, was the child's photo of the real Chloe. Her innocent, smiling face, frozen in time. On the other side, a small, polished mirror, and etched into the silver frame around the mirror, the horrifying words be mine. My own locket, the one she would given me. It was here, in my room, under the watchful eyes of the hospital staff. This was not a coincidence. This was not an accident. This was her. A wave of nausea hit me, stronger than any headache. Clara, she had not just pursued me, she had caught me. This hospital, these doctors, these nurses, they were all part of it. This was her grand design. She had orchestrated my accident, brought me here, and was slowly, meticulously erasing my identity to fit me into her stolen life. I felt a scream building in my throat, but it died there, choked by pure terror. I could not scream. I could not alert anyone. They were all in on it. My eyes darted around the room, seeing it now through a new, horrifying lens. The bland food was it meant to dull my senses. The medication was it to suppress my memories, to make me compliant. The locked door not for my safety, but for my imprisonment. I had to get out. Now, I clutched the locket, its cold metal a stark reminder of my predicament. The mirror. I looked into it, seeing my own terrified, gaunt face staring back. Then, an idea sparked. A desperate, foolish idea. I went to the door again, pressing the locket's mirror to the crack beneath it. I angled it, trying to catch a reflection of the hallway outside. It was faint, distorted, but I could make out a sliver of the polished floor, a stretch of white wall, and then a figure, moving slowly, deliberately. A nurse. Not Sarah, not the red-haired Clara. This nurse was tall, slender, with dark hair pulled back. She was wearing blue scrubs, but something about her posture, the way she moved. My blood ran cold. It was her. Clara. Not Nurse Clara, but my Clara. The one who had stalked me. The one who had stolen her sister's life. She was here. She was watching. I pulled the locket away, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. She was here. She was the one behind all of this. My accident was no accident. It was an abduction. I had to be strategic. I could not just bang on the door. I needed a plan. I remembered the windowless room, the constant hum of the lights, the vague answers. This was not a hospital. It was a cage. And I was the prize. I started to examine the room again, this time with a frantic energy born of pure terror. The bed, the nightstand, the chair, the bathroom, the toilet, the sink, the small metal mirror. There had to be something. Some weakness. My eyes fell on the air vent near the ceiling. It was a standard metal, grate, screwed into the wall. Probably too high, too small, too secure. But it was the only opening. I needed a tool. I looked around wildly. The only object of any real weight was a chair, a sturdy, wooden one. Too heavy. Then my gaze landed on the four-pole. Thin metal with wheels. Could I use it? It was a long shot, but I was out of options. I grabbed the four-pole, the wheels squeaking softly against the floor. I dragged it to the wall beneath the vent. It was still too short. My eyes scanned the room again. The bed. It was heavy, but if I could move it, with a surge of adrenaline. I pushed and pulled, grunting with effort. The bed slowly scraped across the floor, leaving faint marks on the linoleum. It was agonizingly slow, but eventually, I managed to position it beneath the vent. Now, with the four-pole on the bed, I could almost reach the vent. I climbed onto the mattress, the springs groaning under my weight. Standing precariously on the bed, I used the four-pole, holding it like a spear to try and pry at the vent. The metal screeched against the screws, but they held fast. Frustration welled up, hot and bitter. I was so close. I needed something stronger. Then, I remembered the locket. It was heavy, solid metal. Maybe I could use the edge of it to loosen the screws. It was a desperate thought, but I had nothing else. I climbed back onto the bed, balancing carefully. With the locket in my hand, I began to scrape at the screws. It was slow, painstaking work. The locket's edge was dull, but with enough force. I felt a tiny give. I twisted, pushed, scraped, my fingers aching, my muscles screaming. One screw, then another. It took what felt like an eternity, but finally, with a soft clink, the last screw came loose. I carefully pulled the grate away, my heart pounding in my ears. Beyond the vent was a dark, narrow shaft. It smelled of dust and stale air. It was small, cramped, but I was small. I could fit. I pushed the grate to the side, letting it fall silently onto the bed. I climbed into the opening, my body scraping against the rough metal. It was a tight squeeze, claustrophobic and terrifying. But the thought of Clara, of being trapped in her twisted reality, propelled me forward. I crawled through the dark, listening intently. The humming of the hospital, the distant beeping, all seemed amplified in the confined space. I moved slowly, carefully, trying not to make a sound. After what felt like an endless crawl, I saw a faint sliver of light ahead. Another vent. I reached it, pushed against the grate. It was looser than the one in my room. With a little more effort, it gave way, falling with a soft clang onto the floor below. I peered out. I was in a different hallway, darker and quieter than the one outside my room. This part of the hospital felt abandoned, or at least rarely used. The walls were a dull gray, the floor tiles scuffed and worn. No nurses, no doctors, no patients. Just an eerie silence. I dropped down, landing softly on the dusty floor. My legs were shaky, my body aching, but I was out. I crept down the hallway, my bare feet making no sound. Each shadow seemed to lengthen and twist, becoming something monstrous. Each distant creak of the building sounded like footsteps approaching. I passed several closed doors, all unmarked. Then, I saw a door with a small, brass plaque. I leaned closer, my heart leaping into my throat. It read Recreational Therapy Chloe Jenkins Wing. Chloe Jenkins. The real Chloe. Clara's dead half-sister. The name she had stolen. A cold dread seeped into my bones. This was not just a hospital. It was a monument to her obsession. I pushed the door open, slowly, cautiously. The room inside was large, brightly lit, but utterly silent. It was set up like a living room. A comfortable sofa, an armchair, a coffee table with a stack of magazines, a TV on the wall, a bookshelf filled with books. It looked normal. Too normal. Then I noticed the details. The books on the shelf were all about grief, memory, and identity. The magazines on the coffee table were dated 4 years ago, right around the time the real Chloe had died. And on the wall, above the fireplace, was a framed photograph. It was a picture of a smiling couple, a man and a woman. The woman was undeniably the real Chloe. And the man was me. My blood ran cold. It was a photo of me, but not me as I was now. It was a photo from years ago, a casual shot, probably from an old social media profile. Clara had found it. She had superimposed my image next to Chloe's, making it look like we were a couple. This was not just a stolen identity. This was a stolen life. And she was not just taking on Chloe's role. She was trying to force me into the role of Chloe's partner. A new terror, deeper and more insidious than anything I had felt before, washed over me. This was not about revenge or just identity theft. It was about recreation. She was building Chloe's life, piece by piece, and she needed me to complete the picture. I backed away from the photo, my mind reeling. This was the recreational therapy wing. She was recreating her sister's life, and I was being therapized into accepting my role in it. The accident was just a way to get me here, to break me down, to erase my old self, and build me into her ideal partner for her ideal, stolen life. Just as I turned to flee, a voice, calm and clear, echoed from behind me. "You are awake, and you found your way to the living room. Excellent progress, darling." I froze. I knew that voice. I turned slowly, my heart a lead weight in my chest. Standing in the doorway, framed by the sterile light of the hallway, was Clara, but she was not wearing scrubs. She was dressed in a simple, elegant dress, the kind the real Chloe might have worn. Her dark hair was styled perfectly, and on her neck, glinting faintly, was a familiar locket. She looked serene, beautiful, and utterly terrifying. "Clara," I whispered, the name a choked gasp. She smiled, a gentle, almost loving smile that did nothing quell the terror. "Not Clara, dear. Not anymore. I am Chloe. And you are finally home." She stepped into the room, her gaze sweeping over the recreated living space, then settling on the photo of me and the real Chloe. Is not it perfect? Our life, exactly as it should have been. It just took a little adjustment. For both of us. What have you done? I demanded, my voice trembling. "I have given us a second chance," she replied, her voice soft, almost maternal. "You were so resistant, so afraid. But the accident, the therapy, it is all for the best. You are shedding the old you, the one who was so lost and confused. And now, you are ready to embrace our beautiful future." She gestured around the room. This is our home, our memories. And soon, your memories will align. You will remember all the wonderful times we had, all the plans we made. You just need a little more time, a little more convincing. My eyes darted to the door, then to the windows, which were strangely opaque, letting. All right, so listen, I have seen some things. You might even say I have been through some things that would make most people question reality, or at least check themselves into a padded room. I am talking about experiences that clawed at the edges of my sanity, leaving me with a permanent hum in my ears and a constant feeling like the world is just a thin veil over something far more sinister. After all that, well, let's just say my radar for off is pretty finely tuned these days. You would think after dealing with things like Observer and the whole Sarah situation, I would be done with weirdness for a while. You would think I would be safe. But life, man, it just keeps throwing curveballs. And sometimes, those curveballs are not supernatural entities or shadowy organizations. Sometimes they are just people, or what you think are people. It was a few months after everything went sideways with Sarah and the facility. I was trying to get back to some semblance of normalcy, whatever that even meant anymore. I would move to a different city, thinking a change of scenery might help quiet the static in my head. But the loneliness, that was a whole other beast. You spend so much time fighting for your life, for someone else's life, and then suddenly there is nothing but the echo of your own thoughts. So, I did what a lot of lonely people do. I downloaded a dating app. Yeah, I know, after everything, you would think I would be a little more cautious about inviting strangers into my life, especially from an app. But I was desperate for a connection, for something normal. I wanted to believe that the world was not just endless gray plains and blank face figures. I swiped through a lot of profiles, a lot of generic bios, and filtered photos. It was all pretty forgettable, honestly. Then I saw her, Chloe. Her profile picture was a candid shot of her laughing, sunlight catching in her auburn hair. She had these bright, intelligent eyes and a smile that just radiated warmth. Her bio was witty, self-deprecating, and mentioned a love for old movies, hiking, and obscure indie bands, all stuff that resonated with me. It felt easy, like we were on the same wavelength before we even exchanged a word. I swiped right, and to my surprise, it was a match. We started chatting, and it was instant. The conversation flowed effortlessly. We talked for hours, sometimes late into the night. It was not just surface level stuff, we dove into deeper topics, shared anxieties, dreams. She seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say, and I found myself opening up to her in a way I had not to anyone in years. I even found myself cautiously hinting at some of the weird stuff I would been through, just vague enough to gauge her reaction. She was surprisingly empathetic, not dismissive or freaked out. She said everyone had their own battles, their own ghosts. I liked that about her. After about a week of constant texting and a couple phone calls that stretched past midnight, we decided to meet up. I was nervous, of course. Online dating, but also excited. It felt like a real, honest-to-God connection. Our first date was at a cozy little coffee shop. She looked even better in person. Her laugh was infectious, and her eyes sparkled when she talked about something she was passionate about. We talked for hours, just like we did online. It felt natural, comfortable, like we would known each other for ages. We went on a second date, then a third. Each one was better than the last. We went hiking, caught a double feature at an old cinema, even had a disastrous attempt at cooking dinner at my place that ended with us ordering pizza and laughing until our sides hurt. It was perfect. Too perfect, maybe. That little voice in the back of my head, the one that had been screaming at me for months, started to murmur, but I pushed it down. I wanted this. I needed this. Chloe was everything I would ever wanted in a partner. She was kind, intelligent, funny, adventurous. We had so much in common. It was almost uncanny. She knew all the same obscure movie quotes, had read all the same niche authors. It felt like fate. But then, little things started to surface. Nothing major, not at first, just quirks. She was incredibly private about her past. When I would ask about her family, she would give vague answers, saying they were complicated or not really in the picture. She did not have many old photos, either. I remember once I joked about seeing her awkward teenage phase, and she just smiled a little too brightly and said, "Oh, trust me, you do not want to see those." It was not a hard no, but it felt like a wall. Another thing, she had this locket she always wore. It was an old, tarnished silver locket, nothing fancy, but she never took it off. I asked her about it once, and she just clutched it, a wistful look on her face. "It is a memento," she said, "from someone important." She did not elaborate, and I did not push. Everyone has their secrets, right? Her apartment was also a little odd. It was neat, almost sterile. Not many personal touches. No family photos, no childhood trinkets. Just functional furniture and a few books on a shelf. It felt like she would just moved in, even though she said she would been there for a year. I figured she was just a minimalist, or maybe still settling in. I tried to rationalize everything. One evening, we were curled up on my couch, watching a terrible horror movie. A commercial came on for a local charity event, something about memorial run for victims of a tragic accident a few years back. Chloe went completely still beside me. Her breath hitched. I glanced at her, and her face was pale, her eyes wide and fixed on the TV. "You okay?" I asked, putting an arm around her. She flinched, then quickly composed herself. "Yeah, just that is a sad story, is not it?" she said, her voice a little too tight. "That accident. So many young lives lost. I remember the accident. It had been a big deal in the news a few years ago. A terrible multi-car pileup on the interstate during a sudden blizzard. Yeah, it was awful." I agreed. "Happened right outside of town. I think." She nodded, not looking at me. "Yeah, awful." She changed the subject almost immediately, asking me about my favorite part of the movie. It was a quick, jarring shift, and it stuck with me. The little voice in my head started getting louder. It was not just murmuring anymore, it was practically shouting. Something is off. I started paying closer attention. Her mannerisms, her speech patterns. Sometimes she would use a phrase or make a gesture that seemed practiced, like she would rehearsed it, or maybe like she would learned it. I know it sounds crazy, but when you have been through what I have, you start noticing patterns, anomalies. You learn to trust your gut, even when your brain is telling you you are being paranoid. One night, we were at a local bar, a place I would never been to before. We were having a good time, laughing, when an older woman at the next table, who'd clearly had a few too many, stumbled and knocked over her drink. Chloe, without missing a beat, rushed over to help. She was incredibly kind, asking if the woman was okay, helping her clean up. The woman, a little dazed, looked at Chloe with wide eyes. "Oh my goodness," she slurred. "For a second there, I thought you looked just like her. It is uncanny." She shook her head. "Never mind. My apologies. Dear." Chloe just smiled, a tight, polite smile, and helped the woman back to her seat. She did not say anything to me about it, but I saw the way her hand instinctively went to the locket around her neck. My heart started to pound. That night, I could not sleep. The woman's words echoed in my head. "You look just like her. It is uncanny." It was not just a random drunk comment. It felt like a clue. And combined with all the other little things of privacy, the locket, the reaction to the accident memorial, it started to coalesce into something chilling. I know it is wrong, but I could not help myself. The next day, I started digging. Not like full-blown detective work, just casual online searching. I started with the accident. I typed in interstate pileup, local car accident, blizzard victims into the search bar, along with the year I remembered. And that is when I found it. A local news archive, old articles detailing the tragedy, pictures of the wreckage, interviews with grieving families, and then a list of the victims. My breath caught in my throat. One of the names on the list was Chloe Jenkins. My Chloe's last name was Smith. I felt a wave of relief, a brief, fleeting moment where I could tell myself I was being a paranoid idiot. But then I clicked on the obituary link. The picture that loaded onto my screen, it was Chloe. My Chloe. The same bright eyes, the same infectious smile, the same auburn hair. It was undeniably her. But the date on the obituary was 4 years ago. It said she was 24 when she died. My Chloe was 28. My blood ran cold. My hands started to tremble. This could not be right. It had to be a coincidence. A doppelganger. A sick prank. I scrolled down, desperation clawing at my throat. The obituary mentioned her love for old movies, hiking, and obscure indie bands. It mentioned her volunteer work at a local animal shelter. It mentioned her distinctive silver locket, a gift from her grandmother. Every single detail. Every single one. It was all there. It was like reading a biography of the woman I was dating, except it was a memorial for someone who had died 4 years ago. The Chloe I knew, the one I had been falling for, was either a ghost or she was impersonating a dead person, and neither option was remotely comforting. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. My mind reeled, trying to process this impossible information. Was she a survivor of the accident, given a new identity? Was she a twin? But the obituary mentioned her as an only child. I went back to her dating profile, scrutinizing every detail, every picture. There were no clues, nothing that screamed dead person. Just a beautiful, vibrant woman who seemed to be living her life. But now, every laugh, every shared interest, every intimate conversation felt like a lie, a performance. My paranoia, would have been a low hum since the Observer incident, suddenly cranked up to a deafening roar. I felt violated, utterly betrayed. Who was I dating? What was her game? I knew I could not confront her without more information, without being absolutely certain. But how could I be more certain than an obituary with her face on it? I spent the next few days in a fog. Every time my phone buzzed with a message from Chloe, my stomach clenched. Her sweet, funny text now felt sinister, like little hooks pulling me deeper into her deception. I started a deeper dive, using everything I knew about the real Chloe from the obituary. I found her old social media accounts. They were still up, memorialized. Pictures of her with friends, family, pictures of her hiking, at concerts, laughing. And in every single one, she was wearing that same silver locket. I compared the photos to my Chloe. There were subtle differences. If you looked incredibly closely, the shape of her nose was slightly different. A mole on her cheek was absent on the living Chloe. But it was so incredibly close, it was terrifying. Like someone had meticulously studied the original and tried to replicate her. The more I looked, the more I felt like I was losing my mind. Was I imagining things? Was my past trauma making me see conspiracies where there were none? But the evidence was too compelling. The name, the interest, the locket, the uncanny resemblance. I remembered the old woman at the bar. She was not just drunk. She saw it too. I needed to see the locket up close. I needed to see if there was anything inside it, anything that could confirm or deny my horrifying theory. The next time Chloe came over, I tried to act normal. It was agonizing. Every time she smiled, every time she touched my arm, I felt a shudder go through me. I kept seeing the obituary photo superimposed over her face. We were watching a movie, and she leaned her head on my shoulder. "You have been quiet tonight," she murmured. "Everything okay?" I swallowed hard. "Yeah, just a lot on my mind." I paused, trying to sound casual. "Hey, that locket you wear, Have you ever thought about getting it cleaned? It looks pretty old. She stiffened slightly. Oh, it is fine, she said, her voice a little too quick. I like it this way. It has character. What is inside it? I asked, my heart pounding. Is it a picture? She hesitated, then sighed, a practiced, wistful sound. It is personal. Just a small reminder. She did not offer to open it. She never had. I knew then. My gut screamed at me. She was not just private. She was hiding something. Something dark. My mind raced. How could I get a look at it? I could not just snatch it from her neck. That would be insane. I decided to try something else. Later that night, after we would fallen asleep, or at least after I pretended to fall asleep, I slowly, carefully slid out of bed. I crept into the living room, where she would left her purse and jacket. I felt like a criminal, but the dread was consuming me. I had to know. I found her wallet. Inside, her driver's license. Chloe Smith. Date of birth 4 years after the real Chloe Jenkins' death. The picture on the license was undeniably her, but then tucked away in a tiny side pocket. I found it, an old, faded photograph. It was a picture of a young girl, maybe 10 or 12, smiling widely, and around her neck, clear as day, was that silver locket. The girl in the photo was Chloe Jenkins. The dead Chloe Jenkins. My blood ran cold. This was not a coincidence. This was deliberate. My Chloe was not just wearing a locket that belonged to a dead person. She was carrying a childhood photo of her. I heard a creak from a bedroom. My heart leaped into my throat. I quickly tucked the photo back into the wallet and put it back in her purse, try and make it look undisturbed. I scurried back to bed, feigning sleep, my mind a whirlwind of terror and confusion. The next morning was excruciating. I could not look her in the eye. Every touch, every word felt like a violation. I felt like I was living in a nightmare, trapped with a stranger who looked exactly like the woman I thought I knew. I had to get away. I had to figure this out. I made up an excuse, saying I had an emergency at work. She seemed disappointed, but surprisingly understanding. She kissed me goodbye, and for the first time, her lips felt cold, alien. As soon as she was gone, I called Mark. He was the only person I knew who could possibly understand this kind of madness. The connection was garbled, but I managed to explain in frantic, whispered tones what I would found. Mark, bless his cynical heart, listened patiently. So, you say your girlfriend is either a doppelganger, a very dedicated stalker, or has some serious identity issues? He asked. She is impersonating someone who died. Mark, the details are too perfect. The locket, the interest, the face, it is like she is trying to become her. There's a long pause. That is unsettling, even for you, pal. He finally said, Look, I will see what I can dig up. Be careful. Do not confront her until you know more. People who go to these lengths, they can be dangerous. His words just solidified my fear. I was not just paranoid. This was real. A few days passed. I avoided Chloe's calls, making excuses, feeling guiltier with each lie, but more terrified of the truth. I was scared to be alone, but even more scared to be with her. Then, Mark called me back. His voice was grim. Okay, so I found some stuff. Chloe Jenkins, the original one, had a younger sister, a half-sister, actually. Same mother, different father. Her name was Clara. My blood ran cold. Clara? Yeah, Clara Smith. She was estranged from the family. Apparently, she was always a little fixated on Chloe. Idolized her. Tried to be like her. After Chloe died, Clara just disappeared. No one heard from her. Her social media went dark. It is like she vanished off the face of the earth. But why? I whispered, my voice barely audible. My guess, She did not just want to be like her sister. She wanted to be her. Maybe she saw an opportunity after the accident, a chance to step into a life she thought was perfect, a life she always envied. Mark paused. She probably got plastic surgery, changed her name legally to match the first name, took on the dead sister's persona. It happens. Extreme cases of identity theft or delusion. I hung up, my hand shaking uncontrollably. Clara Smith. She had not just impersonated a dead person. She had replaced her, and I had been dating her. The pieces clicked into place with horrifying clarity. The privacy, the lack of old photos, the sterile apartment, the way she seemed to have learned Chloe's personality. It was not just uncanny, it was meticulously crafted. I felt a primal urge to run, to disappear, to change my name and move to a different country. But I also felt a deep, chilling rage. This woman had invaded my life, played me for a fool, built a relationship on a foundation of lies, and a dead girl's identity. I knew I could not just vanish. She knew where I lived. She knew my habits. She had been observing me as carefully as I had eventually observed her. That night, I received a text from her. "Hey, have not heard from you much. Everything okay? Missing you." I stared at the screen, a cold sweat breaking out on my forehead. She did not sound angry, just concerned. But I heard the undertone now. The possessiveness. The subtle demand. I decided I had to end it. Not with a confrontation. Not with an accusation. Just a clean break. I drafted a message, telling her I needed space, that things were moving too fast, that I was not ready for a serious relationship. It was a cowardly text. I know, but I was terrified. I hit send, then immediately blocked her number, blocked her on social media, everything. I felt a surge of adrenaline, followed by a profound sense of emptiness. For a few days, nothing. A terrifying silence. I started to think I was safe, that she would just accept it and move on. My paranoia started to recede, replaced by a lingering unease. Then, the packages started arriving. First, a small box of my favorite coffee beans, the ones I would mention to her once. No note, just the beans. Then, a book I would told her I wanted to read, a rare first edition. Again, no note. Each package was delivered by hand, left on my doorstep. My security camera, which I would installed after the Observer incident, captured a fleeting glimpse of the delivery person. It was a woman, wearing a wide-brimmed hat and sunglasses, but the posture, the subtle tilt of her head, it was her. Clara, she was not just accepting it. She was observing me. She was letting me know she was still there. The gifts became more frequent, more personal. A new hiking map for a trail I would mention one to explore. A framed photo of us, taken on one of our dates, placed carefully on my porch. One morning, I woke up to a faint scratching sound outside my bedroom window. I froze, my heart hammering against my ribs. I slowly crept to the window, peering through the blinds. There, etched into the condensation on the glass, was a single word. Why? My blood ran cold. She was not just delivering packages. She was coming to my window. She was watching me sleep. I called the police, but what could I tell them? My ex-girlfriend, who I think is impersonating her dead sister, is leaving me creepy gifts and writing on my window. They would think I was crazy. They asked if she would threaten me. No. Had she broken in? No. They told me to get a restraining order if it escalated. But it was escalating, and I knew she would not stop. The final straw came a week later. I found a small velvet box on my pillow. Inside, nestled on a bed of satin, was a single silver locket, identical to the one Clara wore, identical to the one the real Chloe Jenkins had worn. But this one was open, and inside, on one side, was a tiny, faded picture of the real Chloe Jenkins as a child. On the other side, a mirror, and etched into the back of the locket, almost imperceptibly, were 2 words be mine. I stared at it, my hand shaking so violently I almost dropped it. It was not just a threat. It was an invitation, an assertion. She was not just trying to be Chloe Jenkins. She was trying to make me part of her new, stolen life. She wanted me to accept her as Chloe, to live out the life that the real Chloe never got to have. Ipektabe. I did not know where I was going, just that I could not stay. I could not be another prop in her twisted fantasy. As I walked out the door, I looked back at my apartment, a place that had once felt like a sanctuary, now tainted by her presence, by her obsession. I never saw Clara again. Not directly, anyway. But sometimes when I am driving, I will catch a glimpse of a car in my rear view mirror, staying a little too close, a flash of auburn hair, a glint of silver from a locket. And sometimes when I am alone in a quiet room, I swear I can hear a faint scratching sound, like fingernails on glass. You learn to live with the fear. You learn to live with the knowledge that some people are not just evil, they are, broken in ways that defy understanding, and they will go to unimaginable lengths to fill the void within them. And you learn that sometimes the scariest monsters are not the ones from another dimension or the ones in the shadows. Sometimes they're the ones who look just like everyone else, the ones who smile with bright, intelligent eyes, and whose lies are so perfectly crafted, they become a terrifying reality. I still check my rear-view mirror. I still lock my doors 3 times. And I have not been on a dating app since. Some connections, man, they are just not worth the risk. Especially when you realize the person you are connected with might just be wearing someone else's skin. Alright, so picture this. You have just had your entire world, your entire self, ripped out from under you. 1 minute, you are Sarah Miller, living in a city apartment. The next, you are standing in that very apartment, staring at a dozen missing person posters, all of them you, but with different names, different dates. And then, the kicker, Sarah Miller, missing since last week, my own face, my own supposed name, a fresh poster, still crisp, my sanctuary, my safe haven. It was not just compromise, it was a goddamn museum, a twisted art installation curated by Clara herself, showcasing all the me's she would discarded. The irony was a bitter taste in my mouth, metallic and cold. I was not Sarah. I was not Chloe. I was not anyone. Just an empty vessel, a failed experiment, running on borrowed time and a fabricated past. My arm, where Clara had sliced me open with that unsettling, calm smile, still throbbed. It was a constant, physical reminder of the nightmare I would barely escaped. But the emotional wound, the one that had just been torn wide open by those posters, felt infinitely worse. It was like my soul was bleeding out. I grabbed the go bag. It was a habit Clara had ingrained in all of us. I suppose a contingency for when the walls inevitably closed in. Inside a burner phone, some cash, a few changes of generic clothes, a bottle of water, a first aid kit. Essentials for a ghost on the run. I did not even bother to close the apartment door behind me. What was the point? It was not mine. Nothing was. The city outside was a blur of neon and exhaust, fumes, a stark contrast to the dark, silent forest I would crash into just hours before. One nightmare traded for another. I hailed a cab, giving the driver a random address a few neighborhoods over. I just needed to get away. Away from the posters, away from the ghost of Sarah, away from the chilling certainty that Clara knew exactly where I was and had just left me a message. That night, I ended up in a cheap motel on the outskirts of the city. One of those places with sticky carpets and the faint smell of stale cigarettes trying to be masked by industrial cleaner. I paid cash, using a name I pulled out of thin air, something simple, forgettable. Jane Smith. The irony was not lost on me. I was a Jane Smith, a nobody. Sleep was impossible. Every creak of the floorboards, every distant siren, Every rustle of the cheap curtains sent my heart into a frantic drum solo against my ribs. Clara's face, her smile, the cold glint in her eyes that played on a loop behind my eyelids, and the faces on those posters. My face, all those different names. It was a kaleidoscope of lost identities, each one a testament to her cruelty. Days blurred into a monotonous cycle of paranoia and exhaustion. I moved motels every 2 days, paid in cash, kept my head down. I ate convenience store food, watched the news for any hint of a nationwide search for Sarah Miller or Chloe, though I knew Clara was too smart for that. My burner phone was my only connection to the outside world, a world I felt increasingly detached from. The loneliness, though that was a different kind of monster. It gnawed at me, a constant ache in my chest. I was a ghost, yes, but even ghosts crave connection. I knew it was stupid, reckless, a direct violation of every survival instinct I had left, but after a week of total isolation, of being nothing but a shadow, I found myself doing something incredibly foolish. I downloaded Tinder. I know, you are probably shaking your head right now. A girl on the run from a secret, identity erasing government project. Turning to a dating app. What was I thinking? Honestly, I was not. I was just desperate. Desperate for a flicker of normalcy, a distraction, a human voice that did not belong to a motel clerk or a cashier. I set up a profile with a fake name, Maya, and a few carefully selected photos that did not reveal too much. Photos I would found on the burner phone from my Sarah days. Photos that looked like me but were not too specific. I kept my bio vague, innocuous. I knew it was a risk, a huge one, but the silence in those motel rooms was starting to feel like a living thing, pressing down on me. I swiped for a while, mostly left. Most profiles were just too much, too loud, too eager. Then I saw his profile. Mark. He had a kind smile, warm eyes, and a bio that was simple, funny, and did not scream serial killer. He looked safe, normal, which I realized later was exactly the point. We matched. My heart gave a little flutter, a sensation I had not felt in what felt like years. We started chatting. His messages were easy, like he asked about my day, told me about his nothing too personal. He seemed genuinely interested, but not pushy. He worked in graphic design, lived in a quiet part of the city, like hiking and craft beer. Mundane, ordinary things. Things I craved. After a few days of back and forth, he suggested meeting up. There's this great little brewery downtown. He typed. Super chill vibe. No pressure, just good conversation. My internal alarm bells, which had been mostly dormant during our chats, started to clang. No, Maya, bad idea. You are a target. You are nobody. But the loneliness, it was a siren song. I hesitated, then typed, sounds nice. How about Friday evening? He responded instantly. Awesome. Can't wait. I spent the next 2 days in a state of nervous anticipation. On one hand, terror. On the other, a fragile hope. Could I just be normal for a few hours? Could I pretend, just for a moment, that I was just Maya, meeting a guy for a drink? Friday evening arrived. I picked out the least conspicuous outfit for my go-bag dark jeans, a plain gray top, a light jacket. I dabbed on a little of the cheap perfume I would buy at a drugstore. My reflection in the motel mirror looked almost normal. Almost. The fear in my eyes was still there, a constant shadow. My arm still ached, a phantom limb of my past. I left the motel, taking a circuitous route to the brewery, checking my six every few minutes. My paranoia was a constant companion, but I tried to push it down. Tonight, just tonight. I am Maya. I got to the brewery a few minutes early. It was exactly as Mark described, cozy, dimly lit, a low hum of conversation. I found a small table in a corner, out of the main thoroughfare, but still with a clear view of the entrance. My escape route was already mentally mapped. Old habits die hard. I pulled out my burner phone, scrolling aimlessly, trying to look casual. 5 minutes passed. 10. 15. My stomach started to knot. He said 7 p.m. It was 715. A text popped up from Mark. Hey, so sorry, traffic is a nightmare. Be there in 15:20. Grab yourself a drink on me. A wave of relief, then irritation. Traffic. In this city at this time, it was plausible. But still, my carefully constructed normal evening was already off kilter. I ordered a cider, trying to calm my nerves. Another 15 minutes crawled by, then 20, then 30. My cider was half finished. My phone remained silent. My view of the entrance was getting blurry. My heart was starting to pound with a different kind of dread now. Not just a fear of being caught, but the humiliation of being stood up, the vulnerability of putting myself out there, even as Maya, and being rejected. At 8 p.m., I sent him a text. Everything okay? Still stuck. No response. I waited another 10 minutes. The brewery was starting to fill up, laughter growing louder around me. I felt like an alien, a fraud, sitting there alone, nursing a drink I did not really want. The hope I would clung to, that fragile thread of normalcy, snapped. My paranoia, which I would tried so hard to suppress, surged back with vengeance. What if this was not just a no-show? What if this was a test? A setup. Clara played games. Cruel, elaborate games. Was this another one? Was Mark even real? I stood up, leaving enough cash on the table for the cider. My go-bag instincts took over. Get out. Get back to the motel. Change locations. Immediately, the walk back to the motel was a blur of heightened senses. Every shadow seemed to stretch and twist. Every car that slowed down felt like a threat. I clutched my shoulder bag tighter, my hand hovering over the small, folded knife I kept inside another go-bag essential. When I finally reached the dingy motel, I fumbled with the key card, my hand shaking. Room 207, my temporary sanctuary. I needed to pack, check out, disappear again. The thought was exhausting, but the alternative was terrifying. The key card beeped green light. I pushed the door open, and then I stopped. The air inside the room was different. Not the stale cigarette smell I was used to. It was colder. Still, too still. And there was a faint, almost imperceptible scent. Something like expensive cologne. My blood ran cold. My heart hammered against my ribs. A frantic bird trapped in a cage. Every hair on my arm stood on end. I had not left the light on, but a soft glow emanated from the bedside lamp, casting long, unsettling shadows across the room. The curtains, which I had left drawn tight, were slightly parted, revealing a sliver of the city night. Hello, Maya. The voice. It was soft, calm, familiar, yet utterly terrifying. It came from the armchair in the corner, a dark shape against the wall. My breath hitched. My hand flew to my mouth, stifling a gasp. I could not move. My feet felt rooted to the sticky carpet. The shape in the armchair shifted, and a man stood up, slowly, deliberately. It was Mark. The same kind smile from his Tinder profile. The same warm eyes, though now they held an unsettling glint I had not noticed in the photos. He was dressed in a crisp, dark shirt, the kind you would wear to a nice dinner, not to wait in a cheap motel room. You are late, he said, his voice still calm, almost conversational. I was starting to think you were not coming back. My mind reeled. How? How did he get in? How did he know I was Maya? How did he know this room? This was a burner identity, a cash-only room. No digital footprint. Who are you? I stammered, my voice a pathetic whisper. He chuckled, a low, pleasant sound that made my skin crawl. Oh, Maya, you wound me. I am Mark, your Tinder date. Remember, he took a step towards me. I instinctively took a step back, my hand reaching for the knife in my bag. Stay away from me. He stopped, holding up his hands in a placating gesture. Easy, easy. No need for dramatics. I just wanted to make sure you were safe. You did not answer my texts. You did not show up. I hissed, the adrenaline making my voice tremble. You stood me up, then you break into my room. How did you even find me? His smile widened, losing some of its warmth and gaining a predatory edge. Well, Maya, you are not exactly hard to find when you leave a trail of digital breadcrumbs a mile wide. Even with your burner phone and your careful Maya persona, Clara's quite good at tracking her assets. The name hit me like a physical blow. Clara, my blood ran cold, colder than it had been a moment ago. This was not just some random creep. This was her. This was her game. You are one of hers. I whispered, the realization a sickening weight in my stomach. He inclined his head slightly. I am an associate. Let us just say Clara keeps a close eye on her investments, especially her more valuable ones. His gaze lingered on my arm, where the wound from Clara's knife was still healing. She was quite upset when you decided to leave without saying goodbye. My mind raced. Escape. I needed to escape. He was between me and the door, the window, too high, the bathroom, a dead end. What do you want? I demanded, trying to inject some strength into my voice, but it came out as a shaky plea. Oh, nothing much, Mark said, his eyes twinkling with a chilling amusement. Just to bring you back. Clara misses you. She has big plans for you, Chloe, or Sarah, or Maya, whatever you are calling yourself these days. Chloe. He knew that name too. The name of the failed experiment. The name Clara had called me before I escaped. I am not going back. I said, finding a sliver of defiance. Ever. He sighed, a theatrical sound. That is a shame, because we really do need you. The project is stagnating without your unique contributions. He took another step, closing the distance. And honestly, you are making this much harder than it needs to be. My hand finally found the hilt of the small folding knife in my bag. My fingers closed around it, the cold metal a small comfort. Do not come any closer. I warned, pulling the knife out, the blade glinting faintly in the dim light. Mark paused, a flicker of something that might have been surprise in his eyes, quickly replaced by that unsettling smile. Feisty. I like that. Clara always said you had. Spirit. It is what made you so interesting. He took another step, ignoring the knife. My heart was a frantic drum, my breath shallow. This was not a bluff. He was coming for me. Last chance. Chloe, he said, his voice dropping, losing its conversational tone, becoming colder, harder. Come quietly and we can make this easy. Resist and it will be less pleasant. I did not answer. Instead, I lunged. It was not graceful. It was not planned. It was pure, unadulterated panic. I aimed for his arm, anywhere I could make contact, anywhere I could inflict enough pain to buy myself a second. He was faster than I expected. He anticipated my move, sidestepping with an unnerving ease. My knife scraped uselessly against the air. Before I could recover, his hand shot out, grabbing my wrist in a vice-like grip. Pain flared as he twisted, forcing the knife from my numb fingers. It clattered to the floor, a pathetic sound in the sudden silence. He twisted my arm behind my back, pushing me forward, my face inches from the grimy motel wall. I cried out, a strangled sound. My arm, the one Clara had cut, screamed in protest. TSK, TSK, he murmured in my ear, his breath warm and sickeningly close. Such a waste of potential. You really should have just come to the brewery. I struggled, kicking and squirming, but he was incredibly strong. His grip was unyielding. I could feel the cold metal of something pressing against my back, a tranquilizer gun, perhaps, or something worse. Let me go. I screamed, desperation clawing at my throat. Can't do that. Chloe, he said, his voice calm, almost bored now. Clara needs you, and Clara always gets what she wants. I felt a sharp prick in my neck, a burning sensation. Then a wave of dizziness washed over me. My struggles weakened. My vision blurred. The room started to spin. Sleep tight, Mark whispered, his voice fading into the encroaching darkness. We will be home soon. And then, nothing. Waking up was a slow, agonizing process. My head throbbed, a dull, insistent ache behind my eyes. My mouth was dry. My tongue felt like sandpaper. My entire body felt heavy, sluggish, as if I was moving through thick syrup. The first thing I registered was the smell. Not the stale cigarettes of the motel, nor the sterile scent of Project Chimera. This was clean, too clean. A faint, almost clinical aroma like disinfectant and something else, something metallic. My eyes fluttered open. The room was dim, lit by a single, soft light source I could not immediately pinpoint. The walls were a pale, neutral color, devoid of any decoration. No windows, no familiar furniture. Just a bed, a small table, and a chair. I was lying on the bed, my wrists and ankles secured with soft but firm restraints. Not handcuffs, but something woven like a strong canvas, designed to prevent escape without causing immediate injury. Clara's touch, panic, cold and sharp, pierced through the lingering haze of the sedative. I was back in a cage, back in her world. I tested the restraints, pulling, twisting. They held fast. No give. My muscles, still heavy with the drug, protested with dull aches. Do not bother, a voice said, startling me. I snapped my head up. Clara, she was sitting in the chair by the small table, perfectly still, watching me. She wore a pristine white lab coat, her dark hair pulled back in a severe bun. Her face, usually so composed, held a faint, almost imperceptible frown. The restraints are designed to be comfortable but secure, she continued, her voice as smooth and emotionless as ever. You won't break them. My heart hammered against my ribs. The fear was a living thing, crawling up my throat. You brought me back. I croaked, my voice raw. Of course, she said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. You are a valuable asset. Chloe, we can't just let you wander off. Mark, he was one of yours. Mark is an excellent operative. Clara confirmed, a hint of pride in her tone. Resourceful, discreet. He followed your digital breadcrumbs quite efficiently. It was rather amusing, watching you try to be Maya on Tinder. Such a human impulse, even for a fabricated consciousness. The humiliation burned, hot and sharp. She had watched me. All of it. My pathetic attempt at normalcy. My desperate loneliness. She had played me like a fiddle. What do you want? I demanded, trying to sound defiant. But my voice was still weak. Clara stood up, walking slowly toward the bed. Her steps were silent on the polished floor. We want to understand your anomaly. Chloe, your unique resistance. Most of our iterations are far more compliant. You, however, have shown an unusual degree of autonomy, a will to escape. She stopped at the foot of the bed, looking down at me with an almost scientific curiosity. It is fascinating, really. A glitch in the system. Perhaps, or something more. I am not an anomaly. I spat. I am a person, and I want to leave. Clara's lips thin. You are an anomaly, Chloe, a highly complex one, and you will leave when we deem it appropriate. For now, you are here, for observation. For study. What about all the others? I asked, my mind racing back to posters. Sarah, Chloe, all those faces on me. A shadow crossed Clara's face. A rare flicker of something that might have been annoyance. Unfortunate side effects. Sometimes the imprints do not take as cleanly as we would like. The memories you experience in the apartment were residual data, fragments of failed iterations. A necessary part of the process. You just discard them. They are not discarded. Chloe, they are reintegrated. Their data is recycled. Their physical forms are repurposed. Nothing is wasted. Her words were chillingly pragmatic. I felt a fresh wave of nausea, repurposed. The thought of all those versions of me, all those Chloes who had lived and died and been erased, was horrifying. What are you going to do to me? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Clara smiled then, a small, unsettling curve of her lips that did not reach her eyes. Oh, we're going to learn. Chloe, we are going to delve deep into that fascinating mind of yours. We are going to understand what makes you you. And then, perhaps we can replicate it. Control it. Perfect it. She reached out, her gloved hand touching my forehead. Her touch was cold, impersonal. I flinched, but I could not pull away. You are not just an experiment. Chloe, she said, her voice dropping to a near whisper. You are the key to unlocking true, adaptable consciousness. Imagine it, an entire legion of operatives, each one uniquely skilled, each one perfectly loyal, each one you. But better, my blood ran cold. A legion of me, perfectly loyal, perfectly controlled. The thought was a nightmare far worse than anything I would experience so far. My identity, my very essence, cloned and subjugated. No, I breathed, tears stinging my eyes. You can't. Clara merely patted my forehead, a gesture that was more condescending than comforting. Oh, but we can. Chloe, we always can. And you, my dear, are going to help us. She turned, walking back to the chair, picking up a tablet from a small table. Her fingers danced across the screen. The good news is, she said, without looking at me, we have learned a great deal from your little escape. It highlighted vulnerabilities in our tracking protocols, in our security. We have already implemented new measures. She looked up, her gaze piercing. So, do not even think about trying again. This facility is far more secure than the last, and your mark is quite thorough. The door to the room, which I had not even noticed before, slid open silently. A tall, burly guard in a dark uniform stood in the doorway, impassive. Time for your first session. Chloe, Clara said, a note of finality in her voice. We have so much to discuss. The guard stepped in, moving with a quiet efficiency. He approached the bed, his shadow falling over me. I tried to struggle again, but my body was still heavy, my mind reeling. This was not just a prison. It was a dissection table, and I was a specimen. As the guard reached for the restraints, my eyes locked on Clara's. Her smile was back, that chilling, triumphant smile. The same smile she would give me when she cut my arm. The same smile that haunted my every waking moment. I was back in her game. But this time, I was not just running. I was fighting for my very soul. And I knew, with a terrifying certainty, that this was just the beginning of the real horror. The cold, damp paper stuck to my fingertips, refusing to let go. My apartment, usually my sanctuary, had become a gallery of my own disappearance. Each poster bore my face, my name, a date that was just a few days in the future, and the stark, chilling words missing. Last seen my address. There were dozens, maybe hundreds, plastered over every surface of the walls, the fridge, even the bathroom mirror. My reflection stared back from behind a crinkled sheet of paper, a haunted, pixelated version of myself. Panic, cold and sharp, clawed its way up my throat. This was not a prank. The sheer volume, the meticulous, almost obsessive way they were affixed, the unsettling uniformity of the printing, it screamed something far more sinister. I ripped one from the wall, the adhesive tearing away a strip of paint. My face, younger, slightly more hopeful, stared up at me from the cheap paper. A knot of ice formed in my stomach. Who would do this? And why? I tried to call someone, anyone, my best friend, Mark, my sister, Sarah, but my fingers fumbled on the screen, the numbers blurring. My mind raced, tried to find a logical explanation. Had I blacked out? Was this some elaborate, cruel joke? But the dates, the future dates. It felt like a prophecy, a grim announcement of an event yet to occur. I spent the next few hours and days, tearing down every single poster, my hands shaking, the smell of cheap ink and industrial adhesive filling the air. Each rip felt like I was tearing away a piece of my own sanity. When the last scrap was gone, my apartment felt empty. Not clean, but hollowed out, like a space where something vital had been removed. I kept checking the locks, peeking through the peephole, convinced I would see another poster appear, or worse, the person who put them there. Sleep did not come. Every creak of the building, every distant siren, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I kept seeing my face, distorted and mournful, just out of the corner of my eye. I tried to rationalize it, to tell myself it was a stress-induced hallucination, a particularly vivid nightmare that had bled into my waking hours. But the torn paper, crumpled in a garbage bag, was real. The missing paint on my walls was real. The next few days were a blur of paranoia and exhaustion. I called in sick to work, muttering something about a stomach bug. I barely ate. Every time I left the apartment, I felt eyes on me, felt the phantom weight of a poster being pressed against my back. I started looking at strangers differently, searching their faces for a flicker of recognition, a hint that they knew something I did not. One afternoon, desperate for a change of scenery and a decent cup of coffee, I ventured out to a small, independent bookstore cafe I frequented. The familiar scent of old paper and brewing espresso was a welcome balm to my frayed nerves. I ordered a black coffee, my voice hoarse from disuse. That is when I saw her. She was sitting at a small table by the window, engrossed in a thick, leather-bound book. Her hair, the color of polished mahogany, fell in soft waves around her shoulders. She had delicate features, a slender nose, and lips that curved into a gentle, almost enigmatic smile as she read. She was beautiful, undeniably so, in a quiet, understated way. Our eyes met for a fleeting moment as I waited for my coffee. She offered a brief, polite smile, and I felt a strange sense of calm wash over me. It was the first moment of genuine peace I would felt in days. I found myself drawn to her, a moth to a flame. "Rough week?" she asked, her voice soft and melodic, as I carried my coffee to an empty table near hers. I blinked, surprised you had spoken to me. You could say that. I admitted, a wry, humorless chuckle escaping my lips. How could you tell? She closed her book, placing a slender finger between the pages. The way you are holding your shoulders, the slight tremor in your hand when you picked up your cup, and she paused, her eyes a deep, intelligent hazel. Meeting mine, you look like you have seen a ghost. A chill ran down my spine, but it was not the usual terror. It was a different kind of chill, one mixed with intrigue. Something like that. I said, finding myself wanting to confide in her, a complete stranger. It was a dangerous impulse, but I felt an inexplicable trust. "My name's Lena," she offered, extending a hand. Her touch was cool, almost clinical, but firm. "Alex," I replied, shaking it. "It is good to meet you." "Lena." We talked for hours. I found myself telling her about the posters, about the suffocating paranoia, about the feeling of my world unraveling. She listened intently, her gaze unwavering. offering quiet empathy rather than empty platitudes. She did not look at me like I was crazy, which was a relief. She just listened, understood. It was a profound comfort. It sounds terrifying. Alex, she said finally, her voice laced with genuine concern. Like someone is trying to erase you or replace you. Her words struck a chord. Replace me. That is exactly what it felt like. Lena became a constant in my life over the next few weeks. She was intelligent, witty, and incredibly supportive. She seemed to understand the lingering shadows of my fear, never pushing me, just being there. We spent evenings talking, exploring the city, and slowly, painstakingly, I started to feel like myself again. The posters, while not forgotten, receded into the background, a dark memory I was determined to overcome. But as I grew closer to Lena, small, unsettling details began to surface. Things I initially dismissed as quirks, or simply differences in personality, started to nag at me. She never talked about her past. Not really. When I asked about her family, her childhood, she would offer vague, almost evasive answers, changing the subject with practiced ease. She seemed to exist only in the present, a beautifully rendered enigma. She had an uncanny ability to anticipate my needs. A headache, she would have ibuprofen ready. Craving a specific food, she would already be making it. It was thoughtful, yes, but after a while it felt too perfect, like she was reading a script or following a meticulously crafted plan. Then there were her eyes. Sometimes, when she was lost in thought, or when she looked at me in a particular way, they would seem to lose their warmth. They would become flat, almost glassy, like polished stones. It was fleeting, a blink, and you miss a phenomenon, but it left me with a prickling unease. The biggest unsettling detail, however, surfaced one warm evening when we were at her apartment. We would have dinner, a meal she would prepare with an almost surgical precision, and were relaxing on her couch, talking about nothing in particular. She was wearing a loose-fitting tank top, and as she reached for a throw blanket, the fabric shifted, revealing a glimpse of her shoulder. It was a scar, a long, thin line almost perfectly straight, disappearing under the strap of her top. It was not a jagged, accidental scar. This was a clean, precise incision. "Oh, what is that from?" I asked, my voice perhaps a little too eager, too curious. She tensed for a fraction of a second, then relaxed, pulling the blanket higher. "An old accident," she said, her voice light, but her eyes, for that brief moment, had that flat, stony look. Nothing interesting. I let it go, but the image of that scar stayed with me. It was too neat, too surgical. As our relationship deepened and our intimacy grew, I started to notice more. The scars were not just on her shoulder. They were everywhere. Across her back, tracing delicate lines along her ribs, a faint, almost invisible network on her stomach. Not angry, raised keloids, but rather pale, almost silvery threads woven into her skin, like a map of countless, precise interventions. One night, as we lay tangled in her sheets, I traced a finger along one of them, a particularly long one that ran from just below her collarbone down towards her breast. It felt smooth, almost indistinguishable from surrounding skin, save for the faint difference in texture. "Lena," I whispered, "where are all these from? You have had so many surgeries." She stiffened beside me. Her breath hitched. Then she slowly turned, her face obscured by the dim light filtering through the window. "It is complicated," she murmured, her voice uncharacteristically distant. "A long story. An illness, a lot of reconstructive work. But so many, they are everywhere." My voice was hushed, filled with a growing sense of dread. The sheer number of them, the uniformity of their appearance, was not consistent with a typical illness or accident. These looked like the work of a meticulous craftsman, not a series of unfortunate events. She pulled away slightly, her body rigid. "Please, Alex, do not ask about it." It is not something I like to talk about. Her tone was firm, almost a command. I respected her wishes, or at least, I tried to. But the image of those scars, a latticework of hidden lines beneath her beautiful skin, haunted me. They spoke of a history she refused to share, a past that was meticulously erased, much like my own posters had been. The parallels started to form, insidious and terrifying. My missing person posters, her surgical scars, the feeling that something was being taken or created or replaced. My paranoia, which I thought I had conquered, began to resurface. I started noticing other things. Lena never slept deeply. She would lie perfectly still beside me, her breathing shallow, almost imperceptible. Sometimes, I would wake in the middle of the night and find her staring at the ceiling, her eyes wide open, that glassy, flat look reflecting the moonlight. When she noticed I was awake, she would quickly close them, feigning sleep. Her apartment, which I had initially found charmingly minimalist, now felt stark. There were no personal mementos, no childhood photos, no trinkets from past travels. It was immaculately clean, almost sterile, like a showroom or a laboratory. Everything had its place, a precise, unvarying order. One afternoon, I was waiting for Lena to finish a call in her study, a room she usually kept locked. The door was ajar, and I saw a glimpse of a meticulously organized bookshelf. My curiosity, now a ravenous beast, got the better of me. I pushed the door open further, stepping inside. The room was neat as expected. Books on anatomy, surgical procedures, and human biology lined one shelf. Another held binders filled with what looked like medical diagrams and complex flowcharts. My blood ran cold. This was not a casual interest. This was a deep, almost professional level of study. My eyes landed on a small, unassuming wooden box on her desk. It was intricately carved, but something about it drew me in. I hesitated, my heart pounding, but the urge to know, to understand, was overwhelming. I lifted the lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of dark velvet, were several items. A small, tarnished silver locket, a delicate, antique-looking watch, a faded photograph of a young man, his smile boyish and carefree. And then my breath caught in my throat. A wallet. Not a generic one, but my wallet. The one I would report had stolen a few months ago. A minor inconvenience I would completely forgotten about in the wake of the poster incident. My driver's license, my credit cards, all still inside. But it was not just my wallet. There was another driver's license, tucked behind mine. It bore a different name, a different face, but the photograph was eerily similar to the one on the missing person posters I would found in my apartment. And behind that, another and another, a collection of identities. Each face on these licenses, I realized with a sickening lurch, looked vaguely like me. Or, more accurately, they looked like slightly altered versions of me. Different hair colors, different eye shapes, different noses, but the underlying bone structure, the essence of the face, was undeniably mine. And then, I saw it. Tucked at the very bottom, almost hidden, was a small laminated card. It was a replica of one of the missing person posters from my apartment. My face, my name, the future date. I felt a scream building in my throat, but it was trapped, suffocated by the terror gripping me. Lena, the posters, the scars. It all clicked into place with a horrifying, sickening finality. Alex, her voice, sweet and calm, cut through the silence like a scalpel. I whirled around, the wallet still clutched in my trembling hand. She stood in the doorway, a soft smile on her face, but her eyes were those flat, glassy stones. All warmth had vanished. Lena, I choked out, holding up the wallet. What is this? Her smile did not waver. Oh, you found my little collection. Her tone was light, conversational, as if she were discussing a hobby, not a macabre trophy case of stolen lives. She stepped further into the room, her movements fluid, almost too graceful. These are people. I stammered, my voice cracking. And this is mine. My wallet. My poster. What did you do? She tilted her head, her gaze unervingly direct. Do. I am simply optimizing. Improving. She gestured vaguely around the room. These are all prototypes. Alex, early iterations. They had flaws, instabilities. But you, she took a step closer, her eyes glittering with an almost scientific fascination. You are proving to be quite robust. A very promising base. My mind reeled. Prototypes? What are you talking about? She reached out, her fingers brushing against my cheek, and I flinched away as if burned. Her touch was cold, devoid of any human warmth. My original design, she said, her voice dropping to a whisper, was flawed. Too many repairs, too many adjustments. The scars, you see, are a testament to that. A constant reminder of imperfection. She lifted her tank top slightly, revealing a new scar, thin and fresh, just above her hip. It was not there before. I had been working on a better model, a more seamless transition. And you, Alex, you are the perfect template. My blood ran cold. You mean you are replacing people. You are making copies. Her smile widened, revealing teeth that seemed just a little too sharp, a little too white. Not copies, exactly. More like upgrades. I take the essence, the core identity, and refine it. Eliminate the weaknesses. Integrate it into a new, improved vessel. She paused, her gaze sweeping over my face, my body, as if she were an artist appraising a masterpiece. You have such a strong sense of self. Alex, so much potential. It makes the process much more efficient. The posters. I whispered, the realization hitting me like a physical blow. They are warnings. Or they are for you to track the originals. A little of both, she conceded, her voice almost amused. Sometimes the originals, they try to escape. They cling to their old lives. It is messy. The posters help me keep track, and they also serve as a useful deterrent for anyone who might come looking. She took another step, closing the distance between us. But you, Alex, you are different. You came right to me. You were drawn in. It simplifies things considerably. My heart hammered against my ribs, a trapped bird desperate for escape. You lured me in. You knew about the posters. Of course, she said, as if stating the obvious. I put them there. A necessary stimulus. Your distress signal, if you will. I knew you would be looking for comfort, for understanding, and I was more than happy to provide it. A wave of nausea washed over me. All her kindness, her empathy, her understanding, it had all been a performance, a carefully constructed trap. What do you want? I demanded, my voice trembling but trying to hold steady. She reached out again, this time her fingers tracing the line of my jaw. I was paralyzed, unable to move, unable to breathe. Her touch was chilling, like marble. I want to be whole. Alex, my original form was compromised. Too much damage, too many repairs. I need a new shell, a perfect one. And you, my dear Alex, have precisely what I need. I could feel it then, a strange, subtle shift within my own body, a dullness in my senses, a slight disorientation I would attribute it to stress. The small memory gaps, the feeling of not quite being myself. It was not paranoia. It was already happening. She was not just going to take me. She was taking me. You are already inside me. I whispered, the words barely audible. Her eyes, those flat, knowing eyes, widened fractionally. Very perceptive. Alex, you are resisting less than the others. A truly remarkable specimen. Her smile was no longer gentle. It was predatory, triumphant. Do not worry, she cooed, her voice dripping with false reassurance. You won't feel a thing. not in the end. And a part of you will live on, integrated into something far superior, something perfect. I tried to scream, to run, to fight, but my limbs felt heavy, unresponsive. My own body was betraying me. I could feel a coldness spreading from my core, a growing numbness that was slowly, inexorably creeping outwards. My vision blurred the edges, and Lena's face, once beautiful, now seemed to twist and contort, her features shifting, becoming sharper, more alien. The last thing I saw, before the darkness fully enveloped me, was Lena's reflection in the small, antique mirror on her wall. But it was not just Lena. Behind her, superimposed, like a ghostly double exposure, was a faint, distorted image of my own face. My eyes, wide with terror, stared back from behind hers. And then, slowly, sickeningly, my face began to merge with hers, dissolving, becoming one with the surgical precision of her own altered form. The last sound I heard was her soft, satisfied sigh, as if she had just completed a masterpiece. The world went black, taking my identity, myself, with it. Okay, so if you're just tuning in, you might want to check out the previous part of the story, because things have been pretty messed up, and they are only getting worse. Last time, I was stuck inside my own body, a prisoner of Lena, who was using me for some truly unspeakable things. I found myself in the basement, confronted with human, remained Sarah Jenkins, Mark Peterson, Emily Davies laid out like ingredients, and then the real nightmare grotesque loom, pulsing with an unholy light, weaving flesh and bone into some kind of towering, humanoid shape. After that, after seeing the loom, after seeing them, I do not even know how to describe the state I was in. My mind, trapped and screaming, felt like it was ripping itself apart. Every fiber of my being wanted to shut down, to just cease to exist, but I could not. Lena would not let me. She still had control, absolute and unwavering. My body remained perfectly still, my face a blank mask while my soul was in free fall. Lena just stood there for what felt like an eternity, watching the loom. The thing it was creating, this thing was already massive, easily 7 feet tall, maybe more. It was still formless in a way, like a half-finished sculpture, but the raw materials, the ingredients as she called them, were undeniably human. I could still make out fragments, pieces of bone, strands of hair, even the ghastly shimmer of what looked like internal organs, all twisted and reconfigured. The smell down there, that putrid metallic stench, it clung to everything, searing itself into my memory. It was a smell of death, but not just death, it was a smell of desecration, of something utterly unnatural being born. Lena finally turned away from the loom, her calm, cold gaze sweeping over the tarp-covered table, then over to the various tools laid out beside it. Scalpels, saws, things I could not even name, all gleaming under the single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling. She picked up a small, wicked-looking knife, turning it over in her hand, her movements deliberate and precise. She did not say anything, not to me, not to herself. She just observed. And I, trapped behind my own eyes, was forced to observe with her. The days that followed blurred into a horrifying monotony. Lena continued her work. My life became a grotesque charade. Upstairs, she would maintain a semblance of normalcy. She would eat, watch TV, even go through the motions of working on my laptop, typing out emails, responding to messages from my friends, all while I was screaming internally. It was a twisted, sick performance, using my life as a costume. My friends, my family, they had no idea. They thought they were talking to me, but it was just Lena, wearing my skin like a suit. But the real work, the important work, was always in the basement, every night, or sometimes in the middle of the day. Lena would descend those creaking stairs, pulling my body along with her. The moment we crossed the threshold into that putrid space, a fresh wave of nausea would hit me, even though I could not physically react. The air was thick with it, the smell of decay and something else, something acrid and chemical, like a butcher shop mixed with a mad scientist's lab. She would spend hours down there, Sometimes she would just watch the loom, its otherworldly light pulsing, casting long, dancing shadows on the walls. It hummed a low, guttural thrum that vibrated through the floorboards, a sound that became the soundtrack to my personal hell. Other times, she would be more active. I was forced to watch as she retrieved more ingredients. This usually meant a late-night drive in my car, to some secluded spot, some dark alley, or a quiet park. I would see the blurry outlines of people, hear the muffled sounds of a struggle, feel the sickening lurch as a body was thrown into the trunk. Then back to the basement. She was meticulous, clinical. There was never any emotion, never any hesitation. Just cold, calculating efficiency. She would lay the new victims out on a fresh tarp, and with those same gleaming tools, she would begin the process of preparing them. Disassembly. That is the only word I can think of. She would separate flesh from bone, organ from tissue, all with the practiced hand of surgeon, but for a purpose so utterly perverse it defied comprehension. And then she would feed them to the loom. The loom itself was a nightmare made manifest. It was not like any machine I would ever seen. It was organic, almost alive, a pulsating mass of wires, tubes, and something that looked like stretched skin. It had a rhythmic motion like a gigantic, hungry spider weaving its grotesque web. As Lena fed it the ingredients, they would be drawn in, absorbed, and then slowly, agonizingly, incorporated into the growing form of the creature. The humanoid shape was becoming more defined with each passing day. It had limbs now, a torso, and a rudimentary head. It was still crude, still raw, but the outlines were unmistakable. It was massive, easily towering over Lena, over my body. The colors were a horrifying mosaic: pale skin, dark muscle, the glint of bone, all stitched together in an impossible tapestry. It looked like something from a fever dream, a monstrous golem built from the stolen parts of human lives. Weeks bled into what felt like months. My sense of time was warped, distorted by the constant terror and the lack of control. I ate when Lena ate, slept when Lena slept, but my mind was always awake, always screaming. I tried to find a pattern, a weakness, anything. But Lena was flawless. She never slipped, never showed a crack in her composure. She was a machine, a predator, and I was her unwilling accomplice. One afternoon, Lena was in the living room. She had my body sitting on the couch, flipping through channels on the TV, a mundane act that felt utterly surreal given what was happening in the basement. My mind, usually a chaotic storm of fear and despair, had settled into a dull ache. It was a coping mechanism. I guess a way to survive the constant onslaught of horror. I was still trapped, still screaming, but the screams were quieter now, more internalized. My eyes were scanning the room, not really seeing anything, just moving. And then something caught my attention. It was subtle, almost imperceptible. High up on the wall, near the corner where the wall met the ceiling, there was a small dart. It was barely visible against the off-white paint, maybe the size of a pinhead or a tiny camera lens. My gaze lingered on it. My internal alarm bells, long since dulled, began to clang. Lena did not react. She continued to surf channels, her expression unreadable. But I could not tear my eyes away from that spot. It looked too perfect, too deliberate. It was not a speck of dirt, not a nail hole. It had a faint, almost metallic sheen to it, catching the light in a peculiar way. A new kind of terror began to bloom in my chest, cold and insidious. It was not just Lena. Someone else was involved. Someone else was watching. I tried to force my body to move, to look closer, to react. But Lena held firm. My head stayed perfectly still, my eyes fixed on the TV screen again, as if nothing had happened. But my mind was racing. Microphones, hidden cameras. That is what it had to be. Why else would something like that be there? For the rest of the day, I was hyper-aware. Every time Lena moved, every time my body shifted, my eyes would dart around, searching. It was agonizing, because I could not control my own gaze. I could not focus on anything for long without Lena redirecting my attention. But in those fleeting moments, I started to see them. Another one, tucked discreetly into the ventilation grate near the kitchen. A faint glint of silver behind a framed picture on the hallway wall. And then, the most unsettling one of all, camouflaged perfectly within the smoke detector in the ceiling of the living room. It was not just a tiny camera lens. It was a microphone. I just knew it. The shape was wrong for a standard smoke detector. Slightly off, just enough to catch the eye of someone looking for it. The realization hit me like a physical blow, even though I could not feel it. I was not just Lena's prisoner. I was part of the show. My entire ordeal, every scream, every silent plea, every horrifying sight I would have been forced to witness, someone else was observing it all. Someone was listening. Who? Why? Was Lena being watched too? Was she a puppet in a larger game, just like me? Or was she the one reporting to whoever was on the other end of those microphones? That night, Lena went to bed early. She laid my body down, pulled the covers up, and for a blessed few hours, my consciousness felt a tiny bit less restrained. It was not freedom, not by a long shot, but it was a moment where Lena's direct active control seemed to lessen. It was like she put my body on autopilot for sleep. And in that terrifying twilight state between wakefulness and dream, my mind continued its frantic search. I replayed every interaction, every word Lena had spoken since this nightmare began. Her calm, cold voice echoing in my head, you will get used to it. Ingredients, raw materials. Had she ever spoken to herself? Had she ever reacted to anything that was not directly in front of her? The next morning, the search intensified, fueled by a new, desperate hope, or perhaps just a new layer of despair. Lena, for some reason, seemed to be performing a deep clean of the apartment. She was moving furniture, dusting shelves, wiping down walls. And as she did, my eyes saw more of them. Behind the bookshelf, nestled in a gap in the baseboard, another tiny lens. Inside the alarm clock on the bedside table, a minuscule pinhole. Even in the bathroom, hidden in the grout between two tiles, barely visible unless you knew exactly where to look. They were everywhere. Every room, every corner. My apartment, my sanctuary, had been turned into a surveillance hub. Lena's movements were still precise, still methodical. But as she cleaned, she would occasionally pause, her gaze lingering on one of the hidden devices. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but I saw it. A flicker in her eyes, a slight tightening of her jaw. She knew they were there. She was not surprised by them. In fact, it almost seemed like she was checking them, ensuring they were still in place, still functional. This realization was a gut punch. If Lena knew about the microphones, then she was either being monitored herself, a prisoner like me, but with more agency, or B, she was part of something bigger, something organized, and these microphones were her way of communicating or of being directed. Given her unwavering composure, her cold efficiency, option B felt far more likely. She was not a victim. She was an agent. The thought sent a fresh wave of terror through me. This was not just some deranged individual acting alone. This was organized. This was a network. And I was caught in the middle of it, my body being used, my life being recorded, my screams unheard by anyone who could help. The loom in the basement became even more terrifying in this new light. If this was all being monitored, then the creature, the thing she was building, was not just some personal project. It was something they wanted, something they were waiting for. Lena continued her cleaning, moving into the kitchen. My eyes darted to the small, decorative spice rack on the counter. Tucked behind one of the spice jars, almost completely obscured, was another one. This one looked different, slightly larger, with a tiny, blinking red light that was almost impossible to see unless you were right on top of it. It pulsed faintly, a silent heartbeat in the heart of my kitchen. Lena picked up the spice jar, her fingers brushing against the device. Her gaze, for a split second, locked onto it. And then she did something that made my blood run cold. She leaned in just slightly, and in a voice barely above a whisper, a voice that was still calm, still utterly devoid of emotion, she spoke. Subject is acclimating. Progress on Project Chimera is satisfactory. Phase 3 nearing completion. My mind reeled. Project Chimera. That was the creature. That was the thing she was weaving in the basement. And subject is acclimating. That was me. She was talking about me. She was reporting on my mental state, on my forced acceptance of this nightmare. The world tilted. It was not just observation. It was active communication. Lena was providing updates. She was working for someone. Or something. My despair deepened, if that was even possible. There was no escape. There was no hope. Even if I could somehow gain control of my body, even if I could scream for help, who would hear me? Who would believe me? And even if they did, what good would it do? These people, this organization, they were clearly powerful, meticulous, and utterly ruthless. They had infiltrated my apartment, taken my life, and were building a monstrosity in my basement, all while Lena calmly reported my acclamation. The rest of the day was a blur of this new, horrifying reality. Lena continued her routine, but now, every time she moved near a microphone, I waited, dreading what she might say next. She did not speak to them again that day, but the knowledge was there, a crushing weight on my soul. That night, she took my body to the basement again. The smell was as overwhelming as ever, but now it felt different. It felt purposeful. The loom pulsed with an even brighter, more insistent light. The hum was louder, a deeper thrum that resonated in my very bones. And the creature, it was almost finished. It stood there, towering over us, a grotesque parody of a human form. Its skin was mottled, a patchwork of different shades, stretched taut over bulging muscles. Its limbs were disproportionately long, ending in what looked like clawed hands. The head was still the most disturbing part, a featureless, skull-like visage, but with a distinct impression of eyes, deep, dark hollows that seemed to stare into nothingness. It was breathing. I could see the faint rise and fall of its massive chest, the slow, deliberate movement. Lena walked around it, circling the monstrous creation, her gaze fixed, analytical. She ran her hand over its arm, feeling the texture of its stitched-together flesh. It was like a sculptor admiring their masterpiece. But this masterpiece was an abomination, a blasphemy against nature. She turned to the table where the tools lay. She picked up a small, intricate device, something I had not seen before. It looked like a complicated surgical instrument, but with tiny, glowing lights on its tip. She held it up, inspecting it carefully, then turned back to the creature. Phase 3 complete, she murmured, her voice barely audible. But I absolutely knew, she was speaking to one of the hidden microphones, ready for activation. My heart, or what was left of my spirit, plunged into an abyss of absolute terror. Activation. She was going to bring it to life. This monstrous thing, woven from the remains of the disappeared, was about to awaken, and I, trapped inside my own body, was going to witness it, a silent, screaming observer in my own personal hell, a living horror story being recorded for some unseen audience. The last thing I saw before Lena raised a glowing device to the creature's head was the faint, pulsing red light of a microphone tucked into the dark corner of the basement ceiling, watching, listening, recording every single horrifying detail. And then everything went dark. The darkness was not absolute. It was a shifting, amorphous thing, like being trapped in a deep-sea trench where light was only a theoretical concept. Then a flicker, not a conscious thought, not a memory, but a spark of pure sensation. A chill, the brush of air against skin, the distant hum of a refrigerator. I was aware, but not me. It was like being a ghost tethered to a living body, forced to perceive the world through borrowed senses. My eyes opened, but they were not my eyes. The reflection in the mirror was a familiar stranger my face. Yes, but the eyes looking back were cold, almost predatory, devoid of the fear that had been my constant companion for weeks. Lena, she was in control. The first few days were a blur of disoriented horror. I was a passenger, a silent scream trapped behind glass. I watched helpless as Lena navigated my apartment, my life. She moved with a fluid grace I would never possess, a chilling efficiency. She went through my clothes, discarding some, keeping others with a discerning eye. She reorganized my kitchen, my books, even the way I would arrange my throw pillows on the couch. Every small change was a fresh stab of violation, a constant reminder that this body, this life, was no longer mine. Lena spoke with my voice, but the intonation was different, smoother, more controlled. She smiled with my lips, but the warmth was gone, replaced by a practiced charm that felt like a mask. She went to my job, interacted with my colleagues, and they did not notice. Or if they did, they just commented on how well rested I looked, how focused. It was a special kind of hell, watching my friends and acquaintances talk to the imposter wearing my skin, completely oblivious to the trapped soul screaming inside. My internal monologue was a constant cacophony of terror, a desperate plea for recognition, for freedom. This is not me. I would shriek in my mind as Lena ordered a latte with oat milk, something I detested. She is not me. I would scream as she laughed at a colleague's joke, a laugh that sounded like mine but held no genuine mirth. But no one heard. No one could. I was a prisoner in my own skull, my thoughts echoing in a void. Lena, or rather, we, had moved out of my apartment, the one Lena had decorated with those horrifying missing person posters. She found a new place, a minimalist loft downtown. It was stark, clean, almost clinical, much like Lena's old apartment had been. My old life, my old things were gone, packed away into storage or simply discarded. It was a complete erasure. She called it optimization. I heard her thoughts, cold and clear, even as my own consciousness reeled. She was refining the vessel, adapting it to her needs, making it truly hers. She exercised relentlessly, pushing my body to its physical limits, sculpting it into something leaner, stronger. She meticulously studied social interactions, practicing nuances of expression in the mirror, perfecting the art of human connection without actually feeling it. It was like watching a highly intelligent alien try to pass for human. Then came Ethan. I first saw him through Lena's eyes at a small, independent bookstore. He was browsing the poetry section, a slight, unassuming man with kind eyes and a gentle smile. Lena's interest was immediate, a cold, analytical assessment. He was lonely, she deduced, intelligent, observant, but vulnerable, a perfect target. My internal alarm bells, rusted and muffled as they were, started clanging. No, not him. Do not do this again. But Lena was deaf to my pleas. She approached him, my body moving with an easy confidence. My voice, usually hesitant in new social situations, flowed with captivating charm. She talked about poetry, about philosophy, about art, all subjects I had a passing interest in, but Lena seemed to master instantly, pulling facts and insights from some unseen well of knowledge. Ethan was captivated. I could feel his genuine interest, his quiet loneliness thawing under Lena's practiced warmth. It was sickening. I watched, paralyzed, as Lena wove her web, drawing him in with effortless precision. Dates followed. Dinners, long walks, conversations that stretched late into the night. Lena was the perfect listener, the ideal companion. She mirrored his interests, anticipated his needs, and offered profound insights into his struggles, all while feeling absolutely nothing. I was forced to witness her mimic genuine connection, a hollow performance that fooled everyone, including Ethan. The worst part was the insidious way Lena's presence began to seep into my own consciousness. Sometimes a thought would arise, and for a terrifying second, I could not tell if it was mine or hers. A sudden craving for a specific food I never liked, a flash of irritation at a minor inconvenience that felt distinctly Lena's. It was like a slow, creeping infection, blurring the lines of my own identity. My screams became weaker, my protests more muddled. I was fading, becoming one with a monster that had stolen my life. One evening, about 2 months after I would become a prisoner in my own head, Lena agreed to go back to Ethan's apartment after dinner. My internal dread spiked. This was it, was not it, the next step in her process. Another person to dissect, to understand, to extract essence from. I braced myself for the inevitable discovery of something sinister in Ethan's home, some hidden collection of IDs, some echo of Lena's past victims. Ethan's apartment was a stark contrast to Lena's sterile loft. It was warm, lived in, a little cluttered with books and art supplies. The air smelled of old paper and something vaguely earthy, like potting soil. He had a cat, a fluffy ginger tabby that wound around Lena's legs, purring. Lena, to my surprise, bent down and stroked it, her touch gentle but reserved, her thoughts completely devoid of affection. An animal, predictable, a comfort mechanism. He offered us tea and Lena accepted. We sat on his worn sofa, the cat curled on a cushion nearby, and he talked about his day, about his work as a graphic designer. Lena listened, her head tilted just so, her eyes fixed on his with an intensity that I knew was purely for observation. My consciousness was a tight knot of apprehension. I searched for any sign, any clue, that he was more than he seemed, that he was connected to Lena's horrifying past. But he seemed utterly normal, utterly kind. After tea, Ethan excused himself to the bathroom. Lena stood, stretching my limbs, a subtle, almost imperceptible shift in her posture. Exploration, her thought registered. She moved through his living room, her eyes scanning every detail, every book title, every photograph. My stomach churned with a mixture of dread and morbid curiosity. What was she looking for? What was she planning? She paused at a hallway, then turned, walking towards what I presumed was his bedroom. My heart, or what was left of my sense of self, pounded. This was it, the inner sanctum, the place where the real secrets would be kept. The bedroom was dimly lit, the curtains drawn. It was neat, but not obsessively so. A simple bed, a nightstand with a lamp, a dresser. Nothing seemed out of place. My internal tension began to ease, replaced by a strange, hollow disappointment. Maybe he was not involved. Maybe he was just another victim, waiting to be ensnared. Lena walked further into the room, her gaze sweeping across the walls. They were painted a muted blue, a calming color. Then she stopped, her head tilted again, a familiar gesture of cold analysis. Her eyes, fixed on a spot on the wall above the bed. It was faint at first, barely visible in the dim light. A single word, scrawled repeatedly in what looked like charcoal or a thick pencil. My breath hitched. My internal world, usually a muted hum of despair, exploded into a frenzied scream. My name! My name! Ilara. It was everywhere. Scrawled, etched, written in looping cursive, in block letters, in frantic, overlapping lines. My name, covering the wall like some obsessive, frantic prayer. Ilara. 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 It was not just above the bed. As Lena's eyes moved, I saw on the wall adjacent, partially obscured by a bookshelf. On the wall opposite, behind the open closet door. My name, repeating, a horrifying litany. My mind reeled. How? Why? This was not just a coincidence. This was not some random scrawling. This was my name. The name Lena had taken from me. The name I was slowly forgetting how to claim. Lena's reaction was chilling. There was no surprise, no fear. Only a slow, almost imperceptible nod of recognition. A flicker of something in her eyes. A calculated assessment. as if she would expected it, or perhaps as if she was confirming a hypothesis. Then, Ethan's voice from the doorway. Everything all right? Lena turned, my face a mask of serene composure. Yes, just admiring your taste in decor. Her voice was light, casual, betraying absolutely no hint of the monstrous discovery we had just made. She gestured vaguely at the wall, a movement that was so smooth, so natural it was terrifying. Ethan stepped into the room, his kind eyes sweeping over the wall. He smiled, a small, almost bashful smile. Oh, that? Just a little project. An old obsession. I suppose. He walked over to the nightstand, picked up a small, framed photograph. He held it out to Lena. It was a picture of me. The real me. From years ago, before Lena. I was laughing, my hair wind-blown, my eyes full of genuine joy. A photograph I did not even remember existing, let alone giving to him. But then, I had not given it to him. Lena took the photo, her fingers brushing against Ethan's. Her touch was cold, clinical. My consciousness screamed, where did he get that? How does he have it? You know, Elara, Ethan said, his voice soft, almost a whisper, you look even more radiant now, like you have found yourself. The word sent a fresh wave of icy terror through me. He said, Elara. He looked at my face, but he was talking to Lena. And the way he said, found yourself, it was not a compliment. It was an acknowledgement. He knew. Lena smiled, a slow, knowing smile that made my skin crawl. Thank you, Ethan. I do feel like I am finally becoming who I was meant to be. Her words, spoken through my lips, were a direct, chilling confirmation of my darkest fears. She was not just wearing my skin, she was reveling in it, claiming my transformation as her own. And Ethan, this kind, unassuming man, was not just aware, but a silent accomplice. Or something far worse. My mind raced, trapped in this horrifying tableau. Was he another one of Lena's prototypes who had failed? Had he somehow escaped her grasp and was now tracking her? Or was he the one who had created her, the puppet master pulling the strings? The names on the wall, the photograph, his knowing gaze had all pointed to something far more intricate, far more sinister than I could have imagined. Ethan put a hand on Lena's arm, a possessive, almost proprietary gesture. I have been waiting for you, Elara, for this version of you. He gently took the photograph from Lena's hand, placed it back on the nightstand. His eyes, no longer kind, held a glint of something I could not quite decipher: obsession, triumph, or perhaps a terrifying blend of both. Lena has told me so much about her process, he continued, his voice still soft, but now laced with an unsettling undertone. The prototypes, the optimizations. It is truly fascinating, her dedication to perfection. He paused, his gaze fixed on Lena's eyes, my eyes. And you, Elara, you are her masterpiece. My internal world shattered. Her masterpiece. He was not just aware of Lena. He was praising her, celebrating her monstrous work. He was not a victim, nor a rescuer. He was an admirer, a connoisseur of human theft. Lena, in my body, remained perfectly still, a silent acknowledgement passing between her and Ethan. It was a terrifying understanding, a shared secret that excluded me, the rightful owner of this face, this body, this very moment. I had been following her work for years. Ethan confessed, his voice dropping even lower, as if sharing an intimate confidence. Tracking her progress. She is truly brilliant, is not she? The way she sheds the imperfections, integrates the essence. It is a form of evolution. He reached out, his finger tracing the line of my jaw, a touch that made my skin crawl from the inside out. And you, Elara, are the culmination, the perfect vessel. My consciousness recoiled, a desperate, futile attempt to escape. I was not just a prisoner in my own body, I was a prize, a specimen, a successful experiment. Lena was not just a predator, she was an artisan, and Ethan her most fervent patron. The names on the wall were not a warning or a record of victims. They were a catalog, a list of Lena's previous iterations, her failed attempts, her stepping stones to me. Ethan's eyes, now gleaming with a disturbing intensity, scanned my face. There is still a flicker of her. Is not there, he murmured, almost to himself. The original, a beautiful resilience. Lena tried to suppress it completely in the earlier models, but I told her that is where the true artistry lies. The ghost and the machine. It makes the vessel richer. My blood ran cold. He was not just observing Lena, he was observing me. He knew I was still here, trapped listening. He wanted me to be aware. He wanted me to suffer the full horror of my predicament. Lena's hand, my hand, slowly reached up, brushing us away from my face. Her smile remained, but her eyes held a subtle warning, a possessive glint. Mine, her thought echoed in my head. She is mine. Ethan chuckled, a low, unsettling sound. Of course. Lena, all yours. For now. His gaze held hers, a silent challenge passing between them. But I do hope you will allow me to observe, to study. This is a monumental achievement. After all, the full, crushing weight of my new reality settled upon me. I was not just stolen, I was shared. I was a living trophy, a collaborative masterpiece of horror. Lena had taken my body, my life. But Ethan, this quiet, unassuming man, had been watching, waiting, perhaps even guiding Lena's monstrous evolution, all for the perverse thrill of witnessing the perfect vessel come to fruition. I was trapped between two monsters, one wearing my face, the other admiring it. And my name, scrawled repeatedly on the walls of his room, was not a plea for help, but a terrifying testament to my fate, a permanent exhibit, my own personal, living, breathing epitaph. The darkness had not consumed me, not entirely. It had merely opened to reveal a deeper, more profound abyss. And I, Ilera, was at its very bottom. The escape pod was not some sleek, futuristic shuttle, not like in the movies. It was more like a cramped, steel coffin, smelling faintly of ozone and something metallic, like old blood. When I hit the launch button, the whole thing shuddered violently, then shot forward with a sickening lurch that slammed me back against the padded seat. Pain, raw and searing, exploded to my arm where Clara had cut me, and a fresh wave of nausea washed over me. I could feel the hot, sticky dampness of my own blood seeping through the makeshift bandage I had torn from a lab coat. Outside, the darkness was absolute, broken only by the occasional flash of sparks as the pod scraped against something unseen. I had no idea where I was going, how far I would travel, or what I would find when this terrifying ride finally ended. All I knew was that I was out of Project Chimera, out of Clara's clutches, at least for now. But the image of her smiling face, the 5 identical women in tanks, the chilling calm in her voice when she called me Chloe was burned into my mind. I was just one of many, a failed experiment, a pawn. The pod sped on, a relentless, roaring tunnel of sound. It felt like an eternity, but it was probably only minutes. Then, with a sudden, bone-jarring impact, everything stopped. The lights flickered, died, then came back on, dim and unsteady. A klaxon blared somewhere, a short, sharp burst, then silence. The air inside the pod was thick with the smell of burnt wiring and dust. I was alive. I think. My body screamed in protest as I tried to move. My head throbbed, my ribs ached, and my arm felt like it was on fire. I fumbled for the release latch, my fingers clumsy with pain and adrenaline. The hatch hissed open, revealing more darkness. But this was a different kind of darkness. It was damp, earthy, and a faint, sweet smell of pine needles drifted in. I pushed the hatch open wider, peering out. I was in a forest, or what felt like a forest. The pod had apparently burst through some underground passage and then, judging by the scattered branches and disturbed earth, skidded to a halt among the trees. Above me, I could just make out the pale glow of a sliver of moon through the dense canopy. Night. Good. Darkness was my friend. Getting out was a struggle. Every movement sent a fresh jolt of pain through me. I practically crawled out of the pod, collapsing onto the damp ground, gasping for breath. The cool air felt good on my feverish skin, but the cold quickly seeped into my clothes. I was still wearing the same ripped jeans and t-shirt I would worn to meet Liam, now stained with grime and my own blood. I lay there for a long moment, just breathing, listening to the sounds of the night crickets chirping, the rustle of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl. No alarms, no shouting, no footsteps. For now, I was alone, but the relief was fleeting, quickly replaced by a cold dread. Clara knew I was out. She knew I was Chloe, and she would not stop. My immediate priority was to get somewhere safe, or at least somewhere I could think. My safe place, my apartment, the one I lived in as Sarah, felt like a distant dream. It was probably compromised, but where else could I go? I had no friends, no family I could trust. My life as Sarah had been a carefully constructed illusion, a solitary existence designed to keep me hidden. I staggered to my feet, using a nearby tree for support. My arm was bleeding again, a steady trickle. I needed to stop it, and soon I ripped another strip from my t-shirt, wincing as the fabric pulled against my skin, and wound it tightly around the wound, trying to apply pressure. It was not much, but it was all I had. The forest was a maze in the dark. I did not know which way was north, south, or anywhere. I just started walking, pushing through underbrush, tripping over roots, my senses on high alert. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the leaves made me jump. Was it an animal, or was it one of Clara's guards? I pictured them, faceless men in tactical gear, combing the woods, their flashlights cutting through the darkness. The thought spurred me on, pushing through the exhaustion and pain. I walked for what felt like hours, my legs aching, my head swimming. The moon climbed higher, casting eerie shadows that danced and twisted, playing tricks on my eyes. I kept expecting to see the telltale glow of a distant town, but there was nothing, just endless trees. Finally, just as the sky was beginning to lighten with the first hint of dawn, I stumbled onto a dirt road. It was narrow, overgrown, and clearly not heavily used, but it was a road, a sign of civilization. Hope, fragile and desperate, flickered within me. I followed it, my pace a slow, shuffling limp. The sun was fully up by the time the road finally led to a paved one. And then, a few miles later, a small gas station and diner. It looked like something out of an old movie, isolated and a little run down. My heart hammered against my ribs. Was it safe? Could I risk it? I was a mess, dirty, bloody, disheveled. I looked like I would crawl out of a grave. But I was starving, thirsty, and I needed to call for a ride, or at least figure out where I was. I ducked behind a clump of bushes, watching the gas station. A beat-up pickup truck pulled away, and a lone figure, a man in a greasy uniform, emerged to pump gas for another car. He looked bored, not suspicious. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing pulse. I had to risk it. I walked slowly toward the diner, tried to act normal, tried to ignore the stares I was undoubtedly getting. My eyes scanned every window, every corner, looking for anything out of place. No black vans, no men in suits. Just a couple of truckers, hunched over coffee inside. I pushed open the diner door, the bell above it jingling loudly, announcing my arrival. All heads turned. I swallowed hard, forcing a weak smile. Just need to use the restroom. I mumbled, trying to keep my voice steady. The waitress, a tired-looking woman with a beehive hairdo, just nodded, pointing vaguely toward the back. Inside the small, grimy restroom, I locked the door and leaned against the sink, staring at my reflection. My face was pale, smudged with dirt, my eyes wide and bloodshot. My hair was a tangled mess. The cut on my arm was still bleeding, though slower now, and the t-shirt bandage was soaked. I looked like a ghost. I splashed cold water on my face, trying to wash away some of the grime. It stung the small cuts and scrapes on my skin. I tried to clean the wound on my arm as best I could, wincing at the pain. There was no first aid kit, no antiseptic, just rough paper towels. After a few minutes, I felt a little more human, though still utterly terrified. I needed to figure out how to get back to the city, back to my apartment. I did not have any money, no phone. My purse, with my ID and everything, was still back at Project Chimera or in Liam's unconscious hands. Liam, the thought of him, lying there incapacitated, filled me with a fresh wave of guilt and fear. He was just an unwitting explorer, caught in Clara's web because of me. I crept back out of the restroom and found a payphone on the wall near the entrance. Remember those. They still exist in places like this. I dug through my pockets, hoping for a stray coin. Nothing. My heart sank. Everything all right. Honey! The waitress was suddenly beside me, holding a coffee pot. Her voice was surprisingly gentle. I flinched, then tried to compose myself. Yeah, just lost my phone. And my wallet. I had a rough night. I tried to make it sound like a mugging, something mundane, not a terrifying escape from a clandestine research facility. She looked at me, her expression softening with pity. Rough night. Huh? You look like you went 10 rounds with a bear. Were you trying to get to? The city? I said, naming the closest major metropolitan area, about a 2-hour drive away. My apartment. I just need to make a call, but I do not have any change. She sighed, then reached into her apron and pulled out a couple of quarters. Here, on the house. You look like you need it. Thank you. I breathed, truly grateful. Thank you so much. I quickly dialed a number for a taxi company in the city. When the dispatcher answered, I explained my situation, trying to sound calm and convincing. I am stranded out here, no money, no phone. I need a cab to my apartment. I can pay you when we get there. It was a long shot, but what else could I do? To my surprise, the dispatcher agreed. All right, Han, sounds like a real mess. We will send someone out. Might be a wait, though. You are pretty far out. Give us about an hour. An hour? An hour was a long time to sit in a gas station diner. Looking like a disaster, waiting for a cab that might never come, all while imagining Clara's people closing in. I bought a cheap bottle of water and a granola bar with the remaining quarter the waitress gave me, then settled into a booth at the back, try to make myself as inconspicuous as possible. I kept my eyes on the door on the road outside. Every car that passed, every person who walked in, made my stomach clench. The wait was agonizing. I ate the granola bar slowly, savoring every bite, trying to ignore the gnawing hunger and the throbbing pain. I kept replaying the events of the past 24 hours in my head. Liam's kindness, the thrill of the urban exploration, the chill of Project Chimera, the child's drawing of Chloe, the hum, Clara's smile, the tanks, the fight, the escape. It all felt like a nightmare, a twisted hallucination. But the pain in my arm, the dirt under my fingernails, the taste of fear in my mouth, it was all too real. Finally, a yellow cab pulled into the parking lot. My heart leaped. I practically ran out, not even bothering to say goodbye to the kind waitress. I just wanted to be in that cab, moving away from this vulnerable spot. The driver, a gruff man with a handlebar mustache, barely glanced at me as I slid into the back seat. City, huh? You look like you had a rough night. You have no idea. I muttered, leaning back against the worn upholstery, trying to disappear. The ride was silent for the most part, a blessed relief. I watched the landscape blur by, the trees slowly giving way to suburban sprawl, then eventually the familiar concrete canyons of a city. As we got closer to my neighborhood, my paranoia returned with full force. I kept checking the rear-view mirror, looking for any cars that seemed to be following us. Every dark alleyway, Every parked van seemed to hold a hidden threat. When we finally pulled up to my apartment building, a nondescript brick structure on a quiet street, I felt a strange mix of relief and dread. This was supposed to be my sanctuary, my carefully constructed normal life. But after Clara's revelation, after seeing the true scale of her operation, I knew nothing was truly safe. I paid the driver, emptying my last few dollars into his hand, promising to send him the rest of the fare. He just grunted, probably used to dealing with people in desperate situations. I stood on the sidewalk for a long moment, staring up at my building. My apartment was on the third floor. The lights were off. Everything looked normal. Too normal. I took a deep, shaky breath and pushed open the heavy glass door to the lobby. The elevator was slow, creaking its way up. Each floor passed with agonizing slowness, my heart pounding in my ears. When it finally dinged on the third floor, I stepped out into the familiar hallway. The faint smell of stale cooking and old carpet. My door, number 3B, was at the end of the hall. I approached it cautiously, my hand hovering over my pocket, realizing I did not have my keys. I must have lost them during the escape. Panic flared. Then I remembered a hidden spare key I kept under a loose brick in the planter by my door, a relic from a past attempt at normalcy. I knelt, my fingers fumbling, and found it. The cold metal felt strangely reassuring in my hand. The lock clicked softly, a tiny sound in the suffocating silence. I pushed the door open slowly, just a crack, peering inside. The apartment was dark, the blinds drawn. No sounds, no signs of forced entry. It looked exactly as I would left it. A wave of exhaustion, profound and bone deep, washed over me. I was home. I was safe. For now. I slipped inside, locking the door behind me, double-checking the deadbolt. The apartment was quiet, dusty motes dancing in the slivers of light that snuck through the blinds. I leaned against the door, closing my eyes, letting out a shaky breath I had not realized I was holding. My immediate priority was to clean up, tend to my wounds, and get some rest. I shuffled toward the bathroom, my body aching. My reflection in the full-length mirror in the hallway made me flinch. I looked even worse than I thought. My clothes were torn, my hair wild, and a dark bruise was blooming on my temple. As I passed the living room, something caught my eye, a flash of color, out of place against the muted tones of my walls. I paused, my blood running cold. What was that? My living room was sparse, intentionally so. I never put up many decorations, never wanted to feel too settled, too attached. But now, tacked to the wall near my small bookshelf, was a poster, a familiar kind of poster. My heart began to pound, a frantic drum against my ribs. It was a missing person poster. My breath hitched. I took a hesitant step closer. It was a standard issue poster, a grainy photo, a description, contact information. But the photo was of a young woman with dark hair and wide, anxious eyes. She looked familiar, disturbingly familiar. My mind raced. Had a neighbor gone missing? Was this a local thing? But why would it be in my apartment? I had not put it there. I took another step, then another. My eyes scanned the wall, and then I saw another one, and another, and another. They were not just on the bookshelf wall. They were everywhere, tacked to the wall above my small dining table, pinned to the corkboard in my kitchen, usually reserved for grocery lists, even taped to the back of my bedroom door, barely visible unless the door was fully open. My apartment, my sanctuary, was covered in missing person posters. A cold, creeping dread began to spread through me, far worse than anything I would felt at Project Chimera. This was not just a few posters. This was dozens. Some were faded, yellow with age. Others looked brand new, crisp and bright. I moved slowly, my eyes darting from one to the next, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Each poster featured a different face, a different name, but they all had one terrifying thing in common. They all looked exactly like me. The faces in the photos were identical to mine. The same dark hair, the same eye shape, the same subtle curve of the lips. But the names beneath them were different. Eleanor Vance, missing since June 2017. Isabella Rossi, last seen October 2019. Catherine Chun, disappeared March 2021. My blood ran cold. This was not possible. This was not real. I reached out a trembling hand, touching one of the posters. The paper felt real, solid. The photograph, blurry as it was undeniably me. Or rather, a version of me. Then I saw it. A poster, tucked slightly behind a more recent one, near the kitchen. This one was newer, less faded. The photo was clearer, and the name beneath it, Sarah Miller, missing since last week. My own name, the name I would have been living under for the past year. The face in the photo was undeniably mine. My apartment, my life, it was all a lie. I stumbled back, tripping over my own feet, collapsing onto the worn carpet. My mind reeled, trying to process the impossible. My apartment, the place I thought was my safe haven, was a macabre gallery of my own disappearances. Or rather, the disappearances of all the iterations who looked exactly like me. Clara had not just lured me back to Project Chimera. She had been playing a far deeper, more insidious game. This apartment, this Sarah identity, it was all part of the experiment. Was I living in a simulation? Had she planted these posters as some kind of sick psychological torture? Or had I, in some fugue state, put them up myself, a subconscious cry for help, a desperate attempt to piece together a fractured past? The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. I was not just Sarah or Chloe. I was a serial missing person. My identity was a fluid, shifting thing, replaced and erased again and again. Each poster was a ghost, a forgotten life, a terrifying echo of my own existence. The loneliness I had felt before, the sense of being hunted, it was nothing compared to this. This was a complete erasure of self. I had no identity, no history that was truly mine. Even the memories I held, the sterile images of Clara's facility, the vague sense of being experimented on, were they even my memories, or were they implanted? I scrambled to my feet, my eyes darting around the room, seeing the posters everywhere now, in every shadow, every corner. They were not just decorations, they were anchors, pinning me to a terrifying reality. My apartment was not just compromise, it was a cage. A museum of my own vanishing acts. My mind raced. How long had they been here? Had I simply not noticed them before, so wrapped up in my paranoia about external threats that I missed a horror right under my nose? Or had they appeared recently? A final, cruel twist from Clara, a message delivered while I was away. The Sarah Miller poster, missing since last week, suggested the latter. She knew I was gone. She knew where I lived. And she was toying with me. The hum. I remembered the hum from the active lab at Project Chimera. A low, persistent vibration that seemed to permeate everything. Now, in the silence of my apartment, I thought I could hear it again. A faint, almost imperceptible thrumming, deep beneath the floorboards, or perhaps just in my own head. My paranoia was spiraling, blurring the line between reality and hallucination. I had to get out. Again. But where? My car was gone, probably impounded or worse. My phone, my ID, my money all gone. And now, even my own apartment, my own name was a lie. I was a ghost, a phantom, leaving a trail of missing person posters in my wake. I grabbed a small backpack I kept hidden in my closet, a gold bag I would prepare in my earlier days of paranoia, filled with a change of clothes, some emergency cash, and a few non-perishable food items. It felt laughably inadequate now. As I moved through the apartment, my eyes kept returning to the posters. Each identical face stared back at me, a silent accusation, a chilling reminder of my disposability. I was not Sarah. I was not Chloe. I was just iteration, a number, and Clara would not stop until she had her perfect, obedient daughter back, or until she decided to discard me for the next one. The thought of 5 identical women in the tanks, suspended in liquid, waiting to be activated, sent a fresh shiver down my spine. Was I next? Was I just a placeholder until one of them was ready? I opened my apartment door one last time, taking a final, desperate look at the gallery of my lost selves. The posters seemed to pulse in the dim light, beckoning me, warning me. I was leaving Sarah Miller behind, a new missing person for the wall. But who would I be next? And how long would I last before my face appeared on yet another poster, another forgotten identity, another failed experiment? I closed the door softly, the click of the latch echoing in the sudden, profound silence. The hallway stretched before me, dark and empty. I was out, yes, but I was more lost than ever. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that Clara's game was far from over. It had only just begun. And I was still her pawn, still running, still caught in the terrifying, endless loop of her design. The world felt like it was shrinking, tightening around me with every passing day since I found that tracker. It was not just a physical thing, like the walls of Clara's compound, but a mental one. My new identity, Sarah, was a flimsy disguise. My freedom, a cruel joke. Every shadow held a potential watcher. Every unfamiliar car a potential tale. I would move 3 times in as many months. Try to outrun an enemy I could not see, an enemy who seemed to know my every move before I even made it. I worked at a small, independent bookstore. It was quiet, dusty, and usually empty, which suited my paranoia perfectly. The smell of old paper was comforting, a stark contrast to the sterile, clinical scent that still haunted my phantom memories of Clara's facility. My apartment was sparsely furnished, a conscious decision. No point in making a home when it could be ripped away at any moment. I ate simple meals, mostly takeout, and spent my evenings staring at the ceiling, replaying the terror of that first escape, the chilling words of the original Chloe, and Clara's saccharine voice promising a life of obedience. The hardest part was the loneliness. I could not trust anyone. Friends were a liability, relationships an invitation for Clara to step in and shatter everything. The police, bless their naive hearts, had found nothing. No compound, no Clara, no other Chloe. They would chalk it up to trauma, a vivid delusion. I was just another Jane Doe, given a name and a fresh start, while the monster who created me still lurked in the periphery. One particularly bleak Tuesday, after another night of fitful sleep filled with fragmented nightmares of sterile white rooms and Clara's smiling face, I found myself staring at my phone. Dating apps. It was a stupid, dangerous idea. Every fiber of my being screamed against it. But the isolation was a gnawing beast, and in a moment of weakness, a desperate yearning for something, anything normal, I downloaded one. I created a profile, a bland, non-committal collage of safe interests and generic photos. No real name, no specific location. Just Sarah, a ghost reaching out to other ghosts. I did not expect much. Maybe a few awkward conversations, a distraction from the constant hum of fear in my brain. Then, Liam messaged me. He seemed normal. His profile picture showed a kind smile, framed by dark hair and laugh lines around his eyes. He worked as a graphic designer, liked hiking, and had a surprisingly witty bio. We chatted for a week, our conversations light and easy. He asked about my favorite books, my thoughts on obscure indie films, never pushing for personal details, which I appreciated. He seemed genuinely interested, and for the first time in months, I felt a flicker of something other than dread. It was a dangerous feeling, like a moth drawn to a flame, but I could not help myself. He asked me out. Coffee, he suggested. Public, safe. My heart hammered, a mix of excitement and terror. This was it. The moment I either broke free from my self-imposed prison or walked straight into another one. I agreed. Our first date was nice. He was even more charming in person, his voice a low, pleasant rumble. We talked for hours, the conversation flowing effortlessly. He made me laugh, a genuine, unforced laugh that felt alien on my lips. For a few precious hours. I forgot about Clara, about the tracker, about the latest iteration, and the life that was not mine. I was just Sarah on a coffee date. We went on a second date, then a third. Each time, I felt a little more at ease, a little less like I was waiting for the other shoe to drop. Liam was considerate, funny, and seemed to genuinely like me. He never pried, always respected my vague answers about my past. He was a breath of fresh air in a life suffocated by fear. Then he suggested something different. You know, he said one evening after dinner, his eyes sparkling with an adventurous glint. I am really into urban exploration. There's this old, abandoned building on the outskirts of town, a former research facility. I think it is supposed to be incredible, really eerie. I was thinking of checking it out this weekend. Maybe take some photos. Wanna come? My blood ran cold. Abandoned research facility. The words echoed in my mind, a chilling whisper of Clara's world. My stomach clenched, and every instinct screamed no. This was it. This was a trap. But then I looked at Liam. His face was open, excited, completely guileless. He was not looking at me with Clara's calculating gaze, or with the pitying sadness of the original Chloe. He was just a guy, inviting me on an adventure. Maybe I was being paranoid. Maybe I was letting Clara win by letting her fear dictate my every move. What if this was just a normal guy with a normal hobby, and I was projecting my own trauma onto him? A research facility. I asked, trying to keep my voice even. What kind of research? He shrugged. I do not know exactly. Some old government project. Maybe it shut down decades ago. There are rumors of it being haunted, which, you know, adds to the thrill. He grinned, and for a moment, I almost believed him. Almost. A tiny, insidious voice in the back of my mind, the one that sounded suspiciously like the original Chloe's whisper, urged me to go. If it is Clara, you need to know. If it is not, you need to stop letting her win. It was a perverse logic, a twisted form of exposure therapy. Confront the fear or be consumed by it. Okay, I said, the word catching in my throat. Yeah, okay. Sounds interesting. Liam's face lit up. Awesome. I will pick you up Saturday morning. Wear sturdy shoes. Saturday morning arrived, gray and overcast, perfectly matching the dread in my stomach. I dressed in jeans, a dark hoodie, and my most comfortable sneakers. I packed a small bag with a bottle of water, a flashlight, and, almost as an afterthought, the small, sharp utility knife I always carried in my purse. Just in case. Liam arrived in his beat-up SUV, a wide smile on his face. He seemed oblivious to the storm of anxiety raging inside me. We drove for about 40 minutes, leaving the city behind, passing through increasingly rural areas until we turned onto a long, overgrown dirt road. The trees on either side were thick, their branches clawing at the sky like skeletal fingers. The air grew colder, the silence deeper. Then, through a break in the trees, I saw it. It was not a single building, but a sprawling complex of decaying structures, half hidden by overgrown ivy and rust-eaten fences. A chain-link fence, topped with barbed wire, sagged in places, clearly breached years ago. The main building was a brutalist concrete monstrosity, its windows shattered, gaping like empty eye sockets. It looked exactly like the kind of place Clara would operate from. My breath hitched. "Welcome to Project Chimera," Liam said, his voice hushed with a reverence that chilled me to the bone. Or what is left of it. Chimera. The word hit me like a physical blow. A mythical beast, a composite of different animals. a scientific term for an organism containing tissues from at least two different zygotes. A project. We parked a little way down the road, hidden from view. Liam pulled out a backpack, equipped with a powerful flashlight, a camera, and a small first aid kit. He seemed genuinely excited, almost giddy. This could not be a trap. Could it? He was too normal. We slipped through a gap in the fence, the rusted wire snagging on my hoodie. The air inside the perimeter was heavy, laden with the smell of damp earth, decaying concrete, and something else, something metallic and vaguely chemical, like old blood and cleaning solution. Stay close, Liam said, his voice softer now, almost a whisper. Some of these floors are not stable. We entered the main building through a shattered window on the ground floor. Inside, the silence was absolute, broken only by the crunch of broken glass and debris under our feet. Dust motes danced in the sparse shafts of sunlight that pierced the gloom. The interior was a maze of long, empty corridors peeling paint and graffiti-scarred walls. Wires hung like dead vines from the ceiling. Every step I took was a battle against my racing heart. I kept scanning the shadows, half expecting Clara to step out from behind a crumbling wall, her sweet smile a harbinger of doom. This place is huge. I whispered, my voice barely audible. Yeah, it is incredible. Liam replied, his flashlight beam sweeping across a mural of faded anatomical drawings on one wall. They say they were doing some kind of genetic research here. Maybe even human experimentation. Black Ops stuff, you know? My blood ran cold. Human experimentation. Genetic research. It was too close to home. Too close to me. We explored for what felt like hours. We found old offices, their desks overturned, papers scattered like fallen leaves. A cafeteria, its tables and chairs rusted and broken. A lecture hall, its screen torn, its seats collapsed. Each room was a monument to abandonment, a testament to a forgotten purpose. Then we found the labs. They were different, more sterile, even in their decay. Stainless steel counters, streaked with rust, lined the walls. Broken beakers and test tubes littered the floor. There were cages too, small, rusted metal cages that looked like they once held animals. My stomach churned. Liam was taking photos, completely absorbed. Look at this, he said, pointing his flashlight at a peeling diagram on a whiteboard. It was a complex genetic sequence, indecipherable to me, but the sheer complexity of it was unsettling. I was not looking at the diagrams. My eyes were drawn to something else, something tucked away in a corner, half hidden by a collapsed shelf. It was a child's drawing, a crude stick figure with long, dark hair, holding a flower, and written underneath in hesitant, childish script, Chloe. My breath caught in my throat, my vision blurred. Chloe, not Sarah. Chloe. Liam. I croaked, my voice barely a whisper. Look. He turned, his brow furrowed in confusion. He saw the drawing, then looked at me, his eyes widening slightly as he registered the terror on my face. What is it? My name. I breathed. It is my name. Or it was. He knelt down, examining the drawing. Just a coincidence, probably. Chloe's a common name. But it was not a coincidence. Not here. Not in a research facility called Project Chimera. I looked around the lab again, my eyes seeing things I had not noticed before. Scratches on the floor as if something had been dragged. Faint, dark stains on the concrete that looked suspiciously like dried blood. And then a faint, almost imperceptible hum. A low thrum that vibrated through the floorboards. Do you hear that? I asked, my voice trembling. Liam paused, listening. Hear what? That hum. I insisted. It is electrical. He shook his head. Probably just the wind or the building settling. But I knew it was not. It was too steady, too rhythmic. It was the sound of something running. Something still powered. We moved deeper into the complex, following a narrower corridor that seemed to lead to a more secure section. The air grew colder, and the metallic, chemical smell became more pronounced. The hum grew louder, a steady mechanical throb. Liam, I do not think we should be here, I said, my voice laced with urgency. This does not feel right. He paused, looking at me, a slight frown on his face. Are you getting spooked? We can turn back if you want, but we are almost to the main research wing. That is where all the really interesting stuff is. No, I mean it, I said, grabbing his arm. This place, it reminds me of something. Something bad. He hesitated, then sighed. Okay. One more room, then we will head back. Just a peek. He pushed open a heavy metal door. It creaked open on rusted hinges, revealing a sight that made my blood run to ice. This room was not abandoned. It was immaculate. Spotless white walls, gleaming stainless steel equipment, flickering fluorescent lights. The hum was deafening here, a symphony of machinery. There were monitors displaying complex data, tubes running into large, opaque tanks, and a faint, sweet, cloying smell that I instantly recognized as the same antiseptic. Cloying scent that clung to my memories of Clara's compound. And there, in the center of the room, were three figures. Two men in white lab coats, their backs to us, meticulously tending to a series of monitors. And a woman. Her back was also to us, but I knew her instantly. The elegant posture, the perfectly coiffed blonde hair, the subtle sway of her hips as she moved. Clara, my breath hitched, my heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. She was here. She was real, and she was still working. Liam, standing frozen beside me, let out a soft gasp. Oh my God, he whispered, his eyes wide. This place is active. We should not be here. His voice was filled with genuine surprise, a stark contrast to the terror that was paralyzing me. He was not part of this. He was just an unwitting participant, a pawn in Clara's twisted game, or perhaps just a very unlucky urban explorer. Clara turned slowly, deliberately. Her smile was as sweet and chilling as I remembered. Her eyes, however, held no warmth, only a calculating intelligence that pierced right through me. Chloe, she purred, her voice echoing in the sterile room. You have returned. My blood ran cold. She had not called me Sarah. She knew. She had always known. The tracker, the new identity, the illusion of freedom had all been a test. A leash, longer than I would imagine, but a leash nonetheless. The two men in lab coats turned, their faces impassive. They were burly with cold, expressionless eyes. Not scientists. Guards. Liam, finally understanding the gravity of the situation, started to back away. Who are you people? He stammered, his voice filled with fear. We just came to explore. We did not know anyone was here. Clara's gaze flickered to him, a brief, dismissive glance. He is irrelevant, she said, her voice like ice. Dispose of him. Before Liam could react, one of the guards moved with terrifying speed. He grabbed Liam, clamping a hand over his mouth, stifling his scream. The other guard pulled out a syringe, its needle glinting under the fluorescent lights. Liam struggled, his eyes wide with terror, but the guard was too strong. He plunged the needle into Liam's neck. Liam went limp, his eyes rolling back in his head as he collapsed. No, I screamed, the sound raw and tearing. My carefully constructed facade of Sarah shattered, replaced by the terrified, furious Chloe. Clara smiled, a slow, predatory curve of her lips. Such passion. Chloe. Such fire. It is almost a shame I have to dull it. She stepped closer, her heels clicking softly on the polished floor. You have been a very naughty girl, running away like that. But I knew you would come back. The lure of the truth is too strong. Is not it? My mind raced. Escape. I had to escape. But where? The guards were blocking the door. What do you want? I demanded, trying to project defiance, even as my knees trembled. What I have always wanted. Clara replied, her voice soft, dangerously calm. A perfect daughter. The original Chloe was difficult, uncooperative. But you, my dear, you have potential. You have her memories, her essence. But you are more pliable, more adaptable. She gestured around the pristine lab. This is where the magic happens. Chloe, this is where we perfect the process. This is where we create the future. My eyes darted around the room, desperately searching for an exit, a weapon, anything. My gaze fell upon the large, opaque tanks. There were 5 of them, standing upright, each connected to a network of tubes and wires. They were tall, cylindrical, and filled with a cloudy, yellowish liquid. And in each tank, dimly visible through the murky fluid, was a figure. They were women, identical to me, identical to the original Chloe. My blood ran cold, a deeper, more profound chill than any fear I had felt before. This was not just about me. This was an assembly line, a horrifying factory of Chloes. What are they? I whispered, my voice barely audible. Clara's smile widened. They are your sisters. Chloe, other iterations, other attempts. Some are nearly ready. Others still need a bit of work. But soon, very soon, I will have my perfect family. A family that understands the importance of obedience, of control, of perfection. I stared at the tanks, at the silent, submerged figures that shared my face, my body. The horror was overwhelming, suffocating. I was not just a replacement, I was one of many, a failed experiment that had briefly escaped, only to be lured back into the cage. You are insane. I choked out, tears stinging my eyes. Clara laughed, a light, tinkling sound that grated on my nerves. Perhaps, but my results speak for themselves. You, for instance, you are a marvel, a testament to my genius. You almost convinced yourself you were free. She took another step closer, her hand reaching out. But you are not, my dear. You never were. You are my Chloe, my property. And now it is time to come home. My mind snapped. The image of the original Chloe, silently urging me to run, flashed through my memory. I could not let her win. I could not become another obedient, dulled puppet. As Clara's hand reached for me, I reacted. I pulled out the utility knife from my pocket, its small blade glinting. I slashed wildly, not aiming to kill, but to create distance. Clara gasped, recoiling as the blade grazed her arm, leaving a thin, red line on her pristine white lab coat. Get her, she shrieked, her sweet facade finally cracking, replaced by pure rage. The 2 guards moved. I was outnumbered, outmatched, but I had adrenaline and a desperate will to survive. I ducked in the first guard's arm, scrambling towards the far side of the lab, towards a heavy steel door I had not noticed before. It looked like an emergency exit. As I ran, I grabbed a heavy metal wrench from a workbench, swinging it wildly, connecting with a second guard's shoulder. He grunted in pain, momentarily stunned. Do not let her reach the escape pod. Clara screamed, her voice shrill. Escape pod. The words confused me, but I did not stop to think. I threw myself at the steel door, fumbling for a latch, a handle. There was a large, red emergency button. I slammed my palm against it. A loud, piercing alarm blared through the facility, a deafening shriek that momentarily disoriented everyone. The steel door hissed open, revealing a narrow, unlit tunnel beyond. She is getting away. Stop her. Clara yelled. I did not look back. I plunged into the darkness of the tunnel, the alarm still screaming in my ears, the sound of Clara's enraged shouts and the guard's heavy footsteps echoing behind me. The air in the tunnel was cold and damp, smelling of mildew and stagnant water. It sloped downwards, and I could hear the faint rush of water somewhere below. I ran, my lungs burning, my legs aching, the image of the submerged Chloe seared into my mind. I was not one of them. I would not be another iteration. I would not be Clara's perfect daughter. The tunnel twisted and turned, and I could hear the guards gaining on me. Their flashlights cut through the gloom, their shouts growing louder. I pushed myself harder, fueled by pure, unadulterated terror. Suddenly, the tunnel opened into a vast, cavernous space. It was dark, but a faint, eerie blue light emanated from somewhere below. The air was thick with the smell of ozone and damp rock. And in the center of the cavern, floating on a pool of water, was a small, sleek, metallic vessel, an escape pod. Clara had been telling the truth. This was a fail-safe, a way out of the facility if things went south. But why would she tell me about it? Unless it was another part of her elaborate game. I did not care. It was my only chance. I scrambled down the rocky incline, my feet slipping on the wet stones. The guards burst into the cavern behind me, their flashlights illuminating the scene. "Stop right there." "Chloe," one of them bellowed. I ignored him. I reached the edge of the water, splashing into the icy depths. The pod was a few feet away, its hatch slightly ajar. I swam towards it, my clothes heavy with water, my muscles screaming in protest. Shots rang out, ricocheting off the cavern walls. I felt a searing pain in my shoulder, a sharp, burning sensation that made me cry out. But I kept going. I reached the pod, hauling myself inside, my injured arm screaming in protest. I slammed the hatch shut, fumbling for controls. There were only a few buttons, clearly marked. Launch, eject, initiate. I pressed launch. The pod shuddered, a low hum filling the small cabin. Water rushed around outside, and then, with a jolt, the entire vessel began to move. It was moving fast, propelled by an unseen force, deeper into the earth, through a submerged tunnel. I leaned back against the cold metal wall, clutching my bleeding shoulder, gasping for breath. The blue light from the cavern faded, replaced by the complete darkness of the tunnel. I was hurt. I was terrified, and I had no idea where I was going or what lay at the other end of the subterranean escape route. But I was out, for now. As the pod sped through the darkness, a new, chilling realization settled over me. Clara had not just built a facility. She had built a vast, intricate network of tunnels and hidden compounds. This Project Chimera was just one piece of a much larger puzzle. And I, Chloe, Sarah, whatever I was still just a piece on her board. The escape pod was just another cage, albeit a moving one. Clara was still out there, her reach extending far beyond what I could possibly imagine. I had escaped, yes, but I was still her project, still her property, still running through a world that felt increasingly like her personal, terrifying playground. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to bone, that she would not stop until she had me back, until she had her perfect, obedient daughter.